Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Clara joint meeting of the City Council and the Stadium Authority Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order. So, confirmation of a quorum. Assistant City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, confirming there is a quorum.
Thank you. We have two items, or is that one item on the
just one,
closed
Mayor.
session? City Attorney.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just one item, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. The case is William Kelly versus City of Santa Clara. It's a workers' compensation case.
Sorry, son's on the phone. Can't talk, buddy. Okay. All right, so is there any member of the public or anyone online that would like to speak on this issue? No request to speak. All right, we are going to adjourn to closed session, and we will come back at 7 o'clock for the regular council meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council and the Stadium Authority meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk, roll call. Assistant City Clerk or City Clerk, either one.
Council Board Member Gonzalez. Here. Council Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Council Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Council Board Member Park.
Here.
Council Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Here.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that, as the presiding officer, the mayor's chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. Registered lobbyists speaking in a lobbying capacity are required to identify themselves as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that he or she represents at any meeting held with city officials or at public meetings, pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person, and we're conducting our meeting in a hybrid manner. The public's welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone numbers shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move now on to the council agenda. All right, reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the matter of William Kelly versus the City of Santa Clara, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board case as listed on the agenda item number 1, the City Council took reportable action as follows. The Council approved 6-0 with Member Park absent the payment of $160,000 to Blue Shield in full and final settlement of its medical lien in Mr. Kelly's case. The original claim in the case was $888,517. Since Blue Shield's representative has signed the settlement stipulation, this is a final and reportable action, and this document, once we sign it, will be available to the public upon request. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. I want to say there's a few seats up front here. If those standing would like to sit, you're welcome to take a seat up front. All right, next we have continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. We have item number 2, reconsideration of the council action on appointment of the city's representative on the Cities Association of Santa Clara County. That was pulled by Council Member Suds Jane last week. And so according to our reconsideration of council action, The city council shall only consider any new evidence or facts not presented previously with regard to the item or a claim of error in applying the facts. So hopefully, Councilmember Jane, you'll tell us what new information or evidence that you have and your reason for the reconsideration.
Yes. During the preparation of this document, we were not allowed to talk to other council members with respect to Brown Act rules. I didn't talk to anybody about their preferences. Subsequently, I talked to Councilmember Park, and he mentioned that he had been the alternate before, and that one of the meetings is only 15 minutes long. Kelly Cox is the primary attendee to that, but the other one, the Legislative Action Committee, meets at 6:45 p.m. I'm the alternate. I was put on this list as the alternate for that. And Mayor Gilmore is the alternate for the other meeting that meets at 7 p.m., 15 minutes later. It didn't make sense to me, nor Kevin, that if Councilmember Cox could not attend, that I would arrive for 15 minutes, and then Mayor Gilmore would arrive 15 minutes later. So my recommendation is that Councilmember Park express interest in serving as the alternate for both of those. That information was not available to me before this decision. So my proposal is to put Kevin as the alternate for both of those committees.
I'll second that. And
Did you have something to say about that?
yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. So there are multiple committees where I'm on the committee, and if Councilmember Cox or Councilmember Albert Gonzalez, they want to be, I'm ready to leave my position on the committee, especially the American with Disability Act Committee. If any of you want to take that, I'm okay with it. And then there is Caltrain Modernization, local.
We don't have that on the agenda tonight, so
it's
it's
division-
just about Cities Association.
It's about
City
revising.
Attorney, City Attorney.
Yeah, the way the item came up, and with clarification from Member Jane, this isn't a full consideration of all other appointments. It is only the appointments for the Cities Association.
Okay. I was just offering those if the council member need some of those.
Thank you. I appreciate that. During the, it was not easy to put that together in the recommendations that I made. On the Cities Association City Selection Committee, only the mayor can serve. And typically, it's the mayor that serves on the Cities Association as it is. But I made the recommendation to appoint Councilmember Cox on that board. And if she couldn't make it, then I would go, because typically it's all the mayors that you will see from the county that serve on it. So I don't mind Councilmember Park being the Legislative Action Committee alternate. That's fine with me. If Councilmember Jane, that's your consent, you consented to that. But I'm not consenting to him being the alternate when it's usually the mayors that sit on the Cities Association. So I'm okay with the second part. And I like to do these things by consent. So last time, we made a lot of changes, but everybody consented to the changes. So if you're consenting, Councilmember Jane, for that alternate, that's fine, but I'd like to stay as the alternate for the Cities Association because it's usually the mayor who serves. Councilmember Park?
So previously, the City Association County Board of Directors, I believe that the member was council member at that, former council member Watanabe, and I was in fact the alternate for that. It didn't seem that there were only mayors at the Board of Directors. I think that when you have the City Selection Committee being the mayor, that having the County Board of Directors be other council members is actually a pretty natural and pretty common thing. I don't know you shake your head, but I've attended these meetings. I've gone to a lot of these events. I've gone to almost every single one of them, even as the alternate.
I have to take objection to that because I checked the record, and with Councilmember Watanabe, she said you never attended once,
Oh, that's not true.
so.
That is not true.
Anyways, do we have a slide that has all the committee assignments and the numbers? Because I'm trying to make it fair across the council for those that have appointments, just the numbers of committees that we have. There we go. Okay. So at this point, Councilmember Park, you are tied with Councilmember Chahal with the most total assignments. And I have the least. So I think that it's fair that we share the work across this council. And so you being the alternate on one of those committees is fine because Councilmember Jane has 12 total assignments. That will make him with 11 and you with 14. So I would just ask the council that in all fairness that you just appoint Councilmember Park for the one alternate position. But I know there's a motion on the floor, but I'd ask if that motion could please be amended, in all fairness. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who's ready to speak, and because we need to move on. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to speak at that Associated Cities for a different purpose. I will explain really quickly, but it was very clear that nearly everyone there was the mayor. And if you look at the different lists, mine has changed just because the SVRIA, Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority, I'm stepping down as the city's
Yeah.
a representative and am now was appointed that night to represent the Associated Cities, the Cities Association for the time that we will be getting ready for the Super Bowl and for FIFA. So and because I'm serving on as chair there, but I will say it was very, very clear to me that it was mostly mayors.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
It doesn't actually make sense if Kelly or Councilmember Cox or Councilmember Watanabe were the primary and they always attended, then it doesn't make sense that there only be mayors there. It seems like it would have been more appropriate if Mayor Gilmore were the primary, but that's not how we did this, so it doesn't seem to matter who the alternate is because the primary is not a mayor. So I'm going to stick with my original proposal.
All right, let's move to a vote since we have a big audience here tonight. I don't want to waste time on this.
Comment.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I want to point out that you characterizing these meetings incorrectly is a very bad thing. I have gone to these meetings. I know exactly where they are. And I think that if you've actually had pulled the records, you will see that I have attended, maybe not as the primary member, but I in fact was there. Again, the people that attend this meeting are not all mayors. The fact that we had Kathy Watanabe as our primary representative is indicative of this. Furthermore, I mean, the entire process of coming up with the council committee assignments, I feel that you've done some really bad things. You said that this is the way that we've always done this process. We've never done the process like this before. We've never had a process where we sent, we risked Brown Act violations by having a hub-spoke meeting on something that we're going to vote on. We've never done that in the past. Prior to Councilmember Jane trying to amend the process and spread out the committee assignments more fairly, we had never submitted our desires. In fact, I didn't even know what some of the committee assignments were until you had put them out there. So when you said that, oh, this is the way we've always done it, we haven't always done it this way. The fact that you said, I have not been to any of these meetings, that doesn't seem correct either. But I'm saying that if you're not even going to be honest about the small things.
Councilmember Park, I'd ask that you stop your personal attacks, and I'm going to ask the council, let's call for the question.
I'll call for the
And vote on
question.
this so we can move on. We're not going to have a meeting like this. City Clerk, when you're ready, please vote on the motion. I can't, mine isn't showing, so I vote no. Oh, got it here, yeah. And that fails 4-3. Thank you. All right, we'll keep our original list. That's okay, guys, that's okay. Thank you. Okay, that's enough, thank you. Thank you very much. I know we have a long meeting. You're welcome to stay all night. The fun continues. All right. Our next item we have
Madam Mayor?
is our special order of business.
Mayor, we do have a request to speak for continuances.
Oh, for this item, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Brian, please come forward. I thought it was for public presentations. That's why I didn't go. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Sorry about that.
My name is Brian Doyle. I'm here to request a continuance of item 6, which is the World Cup agreements. We never got these documents until very late on Friday. This is despite the staff's representation that they would release the full language of the draft assignment prior to the scheduled board action on January 28th. And despite their assurance that, to you, the mayor, that you would absolutely get it well before any decision-making, far in advance as possible. Also, staff had never said anything about a hard stop on February 12th. Now they want you to rush to judgment on this extremely important decision that involves millions and millions of dollars in public funds. Let's go back 2 years as to why this has taken so long in the first place. 49ers presented you with a set of documents that on their face indicated they were signed in violation of Government Code Section 1090, rendering the deal void. Apparently realizing they had a problem, the 49ers asked staff to negotiate an assignment, but said they wouldn't show the staff the documents they had signed. Instead of just crumpling up their non-disclosure agreement as based on a void agreement, staff insisted that they hide this from you for 2 years. They're still hiding it from you, and they're hiding it from the public. And now they expect you to vote on it without even seeing what it contains. This is ridiculous. I think you should continue this item until you have full disclosure of exactly what it is the 49ers are asking you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I tend to agree with that, but we're going to have this item discussed, so I think we should discuss it tonight, and at the end of the day, if we determine that it's continued, then it should be continued, unless there's a council member that wants to make a motion now to continue it. I agree with it, but I want to actually have some discussion this evening. So do we have a motion from anybody? All right, thank you very much. We will have that item tonight. All right, next, is there any other? Did I miss anyone? No? Okay, good. All right. So for our first special order of business this evening, we are excited to recognize the Wilcox High School varsity football team. You can clap now. For the 2024 season, the Wilcox High School varsity football team went undefeated as one of the top public schools in the area. After our Wilcox High School Chargers won the Peninsula Athletic League, the team went on to win the Central Coast Section CCS Division II championship title against Palma High School on November 30th, 2024. The city is also honored to recognize quarterback Braden Rosa, who led the Chargers to victory. Braden was the PAL Bay Division's most valuable player and earned the All-Bay Area News Group Santa Clara County Player of the Year. As a team, As a team, I hope all of you continue to encourage your teammates to keep pushing forward through any challenge and support each other, achieving your goals both on and off the field. We are so very proud to recognize the team this evening and congratulate you on your championship win. Thank you so much for representing Santa Clara. We are so proud of you. My brother was at your last game, and he had a lot of comments about what happened at that last game and the fairness of it all, but we won't talk about that now. But I want to tell you, we know who the real champions are. So I'd like to invite Coach Rosa to the podium to give us a little talk about his team. Welcome, Coach Rosa. Oh, yeah, that side first, and then we'll flip you around.
All right, well, I just want to thank you guys for honoring us. It was a special season, a lot of great memories. We were undefeated in our league, but not overall. That was our league is one of the best leagues in the area, and we ended up going undefeated in that. Then we lost our quarterback, and we ended up winning 3 straight CCS games, which is very impressive. A total team effort. Everybody stepped up a little bit here and there. Just a team that knew how to battle through adversity. So we appreciate the city for honoring us, Mayor Gilmore. It's really cool to come to these and get honored just because it doesn't happen every day you win games like this. So appreciate it.
And I'll tell you, what an exciting team to watch. I went to a couple games at Wilcox, and what an exciting team. But year after year, so that's a reflection on all of our coaches, including my neighbor Clint. Hi, Clint. So right now we're going to ask you, Coach, if you would call up each of the individual players. We'll give you a certificate, a medal, and we're going to ask you then to come up here and take a picture with our council members.
Check. Adam Kenny, come on up. Adolfo Carrasco. Adrian Aguilar. Adrian Diaz. Adrian Garcia. Alessandro Martinez Hernandez.
Thank you.
Anthony Moulet.
Thank you.
Armando Rodriguez. Beto Araguin. Oh, Beto. Braden Rosa. Brian Castillo. How are you, Ryan? Brian. Cameron Jones-Tran. Cesar Segovia. Samaj Clark. Daniel Diaz Rodriguez Alves. Davian Bridges. Devin Noriega. Dylan Faga. Dominic Vinciali. Not here. Elijah Vallejo. Gilbert Padilla. Giovanni Moreno. Jack Johnson. Slow down a little bit here. Jacob Smith. Jamon De Los Santos. Jeremiah Arvalos. Jose Mora, not here, right? Josh Estrada. Giovanni Hernandez. Justin Forrester. Kai Imahara. Krish Kumar. Kai Coleman. Not here. Kyrie Brown. Luis Gonzalez. Luis Velasco. Marcel Madkins. Some of these guys play winter sports, so they're at their winter sport. Marcus Taft. Martine Adagin. Michael Gonzalez. Michael Morgan. Mo Sharma. Nick Hernandez. Randy Dominguez. Richard Saraceres. Ryan Castillo. Sammy Martinez. Santino Barragon. Sione Palovati. Taven Vo. Yashmin Sharma. I'd like to have our coaches come up just for the photo. We put the coaches. Emmett Palacios, Andrew Palacios, Connor Dunn, Scott Smith, Toby Turi. You already know Clint McCoy.
I'm going to scoot in. I'm going to shut that or...
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sorry. I just didn't want to be in your private business there. So, yeah.
This guy's tall.
Everybody, and if you can't see the lens, then I can't see you. So make sure, yeah, tall guys at your back, short.
Well, I figured teachers might as well say so.
I say tall guys in back, it's mostly him.
Ready yet? All right. Very good. I see everybody. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna take a couple as well as the parents are gonna be taking some. Okay, one last big smile.
Cheese.
All right, and then the parents want to take. Hold on. The parents want to take some pictures. Good, big smile.
Somebody got the chance.
Check, check.
Cheese. Oh, there we go. That's the guy. Put the little ones in there.
Thank you, guys.
Andrew.
As soon as they settle in for a bit, we will. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, okay, honey, they're on the. Let's see. I'll make sure you get one. Hold on.
It's good to see you.
Take a picture with the. Will you, Mayor, Lisa, will you get a picture with? We can go over there with her. Lisa, when you're done with that one, come here.
You got next.
Mayor?
I just want to say, it's on. Thank you, Wilcox. I love teaching there. It's on.
I think Vin needs to turn it on.
Thank you, Wilcox, for being here. I don't know. I tried.
You can yell.
Okay. Is that out? Thank you, Wilcox, for being here. I love teaching at Wilcox, and some of my students are here and on the football team. And you probably have PTSD from my classes, but that's okay. You'll get over it. I'm just as mean as Coach Rosa. Go Chargers. At least they get to go home.
Well, that was so exciting. And for our next special order of business, we are proud to proclaim the month of February as Black History Month in Santa Clara. At this time, clap, clap. At this time in our nation, when diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are being attacked, It is critical for our community to continue to push for equality. Black History Month is a time to recognize the struggles, adversity, and culture of Black leaders who continue to shape the course of American history. The 2025 Black History Month theme is African Americans and Labor. The theme focuses on the invaluable contributions of the labor of enslaved Africans, organized labor movements fighting economic and social injustice, to the rich legacy of Black entrepreneurship. This evening, we are honored to have the African American Community Service Agency with us. Founded in 1978, the African American Community Service Agency provides programs to strengthen African American identity, values, and traditions in Santa Clara County. I now invite Associate Director LaVere Foster to the podium to say a few words. LaVere, welcome.
On behalf of the African American Community Service Agency, I am honored to accept this proclamation from the City of Santa Clara. This recognition reaffirms the importance of unity and collaboration. It reminds us that together with government, local businesses, organizations, and community, we can continue to create meaningful change, ensuring that diversity is not only celebrated, but also supported through action. Since 1978, ACSA has been committed to uplifting individuals and families through education, advocacy, and community building. We believe that when we invest in our community, we invest in a future where opportunity is equitable, voices are heard, and progress is shared by all. We are grateful for this acknowledgement and remain steadfast in our mission to preserve the dignity and culture of a diverse African American community and provide services and access to all in Santa Clara County. Thank you, City of Santa Clara, for the proclamation and for standing with us in this work. Thank you.
Thank you, LaVere. Thank you. I don't know if you gave us these flags as well, but I don't know where we got them, but I love them. So if you would do us the honor of coming up here, the council would like to take a photo with you while we present you with this proclamation. Okay. For our last special order of business this evening, we have members of the Santa Clara Women's League with us. If you're wondering who these people are dressed up in the audience, that's who it is. The League would like to highlight the upcoming Showtime productions on March 1st and March 2nd, and they raise funds for the Santa Clara Senior Center programs, which we are so grateful for the funds raised. I now like to invite co-chair of Showtime, Sharon Andrzejewski, to the podium to speak more about the production. And I'm sorry if I didn't say your last name correctly, Sharon. I'll say Sharon to the podium. Oh, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, welcome, council members. This is my co-chair, Carolyn Johnson. She doesn't want to speak.
Let's make her.
She won't. Okay, so you just did a little intro, and I know all of you have the flyers for the upcoming
Yes, we got them.
melodrama.
Thank you very much.
So I just want to do a quick little history that I found out about. The very first Showtime was in 1984. It was titled The Dastardly disaster. Now, Showtime has been going on every year since then, with the exception of when it was shut down due to COVID in 2020 and 2022. But back to 1984, the then mayor, Eddie Souza, and 3 council members, Jim Ash, John Mahan, and Dave Tompkin, played pirates in the melodrama, while our current mayor, Lisa Gilmore, had graced the cast playing a fair maiden.
Of course.
Yes. Yes. And to this day, it still goes on thanks to, I don't know, I want to say our awesome director, Robin Burdette. She has been with Showtime since it started in 1984. So that's quite something. Our director extraordinaire. So thousands of dollars have been raised for the Senior Center by the Santa Clara Women's League. And what we would like to say is we really appreciate the enthusiasm and the assistance that we get from the Parks and Recs Department, the employees at the Community Rec Center and the Park Yards, and also the Roberta Jones Theater staff and volunteers, and everyone who continues to help us raise funds for the Senior Center. I just want to say this is a weekend that is full of fun for families, food, what else? Prizes? Yes, it's just
prizes.
It's a great weekend. So
Cash prizes too.
cash prizes. So what we would like to do is formally invite any or all of you to have a walk-on part for our current melodrama, The Saga of the Sarsaparilla Saloon. Thank you.
Anything to add?
No, I have a few friends here, but I'm just a few friends.
Well, if you'd like to say something, I bet the director would like to say something. She sure says a lot when she's directing. I can attest to that. Robin, would you like to come forward with your silent cast members?
Is this on? There we go. I'm not Robin tonight. I'm Deaconess Duncan, and I'm looking for a husband for my daughter Daisy.
I'm Joshua Guggenheimer, proprietor of the General Store in Doonesbury, along with my wife, Gertie, who's a bit of a nag.
I'm Johnny Applegate, and I sold my farm to buy a mine, and I hope to strike it big and find love at the same time.
Ooh.
And I'm Kitty, the owner of the Sarsaparilla Saloon. Come up and see me sometime. I'll pour you a tall one.
Ooh.
We're really excited to be here tonight. Thank you so much, and the offer to take a walk-on part is sincere. Lisa does know I am a hard taskmaster, though.
She sure is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you please join us up here for a photo with the council? We can't waste this opportunity. Council, one more time.
I volunteer.
Okay, fun's over. Back to the meeting. All right, next item we have on the agenda is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. Is there, unless there's anyone on the council or public that wants to pull an item for discussion? Let me get myself down to consent calendar. I see nobody in the public or the council would like to pull anything, so we have a motion to approve. Oh, wait, I have one speaker. Oh, Councilmember Hardy. So we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. If there's no other discussion, is there discussion from anyone? Seeing none, Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item we have on the agenda, I believe, is public presentations. Yes, public presentations. Do we have public presentations, Assistant City Clerk? Do we have speakers? I see 3. Ron? Is Ron here or online? My first name is Ron. Steffel, yes, Ron. Thank you. Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening to Mayor Gilmore, the City Council, and all the employees of the city as well. My name is Ron Steffel.
Ron, can I ask that you pull the microphone over? Thank you. I know it's harder, but
Okay.
we want to hear you at home, too.
Well, my name is Ron Steffel, and why am I here? I'm here personally out of utter frustration. Secondarily, I'm here at the invitation of Suds Jane and Albert Gonzalez, who I met with recently to discuss the problems that I've foreseen in residents here in Santa Clara in District 1. Now, last year, Jerry and I, who was with me, another tenant of the building, met with Kathy Watanabe, and we worked with her most of last year to try to solve this parking issue that the building is saddled with, unfortunately. It was a great thing that the city of Santa Clara voted and sponsored. It's a blessing for the downtrodden and the disability senior cohort to have residents like Kiefer. But unfortunately, the curse is the parking. It's an infrastructure problem. There's just not enough parking to accommodate all the residents. Part of it is, okay, just to give you a number to work with, there's 80 units in the building. There's 23 garage spaces on site to accommodate 80 units. That's not even close to satisfying the needs of the building for parking on site. The dilemma with Kathy, I think, was she never really interfaced with the management company, John Stewart. She worked kind of tangentially around internally with the city manager, the fire chief, to try to find some kind of a solution in that regard. But what we're looking for, and we made this point to Suds and Albert, who's Kathy's replacement, to perhaps use the fire lane as a multi-use. I met you initially at the commemoration. You might remember I sat down with you for 2 or 3 minutes and kind of expressed the problem to you. And that's where it all started, and then it's kind of snowballed with other people in your city organization. So there is a solution, and it's staring us in the face every day. There's a huge parking facility with many spaces that go unused just adjacent to the property. They have 2 garages. That could be worked out. Hopefully my time is...
I'll give you a little bit more because we started late. I made you start again, so another
Okay,
30
I'll try to
seconds
be
or so.
brief then. Okay, the solution with the management company 6 months ago was a lottery system. It's not fair. It doesn't accommodate all the needs. Some of the spaces in the garage are segregated to staff 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday, so that takes even more away from the tenants. There's 3 disability spaces, and there's many more people that need these, so it's really a catch-as-catch and situation with that. So, and personally, I've had to buy space off-site where I pay for a month in Santa Clara Square. That's a long walk back and forth, and it's not fun. And I have to cross the Central Expressway with a lot of traffic. It's not my idea of a good time. It was necessary, because there's many times I would come back and there's no parking available.
I'm going to have to stop you now because we allow 3 minutes. It's a little bit over. I'm very familiar with your situation, was working with Councilmember Watanabe on addressing it and the property next door. And I know the city manager's familiar with it as well. So we're going to refer this to the city manager.
Interfacing with him. And, but anyway, we're here because Suds and Albert recommended we come.
No, thank you. We appreciate that. But
Can I yield the rest of my time to Jerry?
You don't have any time left to yield, but he's entitled to 3 minutes. If he'd like to come up, he has 3 minutes.
He's here and he wants to express.
Please come up. You have 3 minutes. I just wanted to say I'm familiar with this, and so is our city manager. Well, I was following it with what was happening. No, thank you, and thank you for coming this evening to remind us that it's an issue. We appreciate it. Yes, please, you have 3 minutes, so.
Yes, thank you, council members. I will follow up on a more personal basis here. I moved into the Kiefer Apartments through the Office of Supportive Housing. During my interview, I chose Kiefer as my preferred location, and I indicated I had a car and I would need a parking space. So I moved into the apartments on April 3rd, where I was allocated a small studio. I figured it would be my base of operation where I could work on long overdue tasks, projects, and responsibilities. But most importantly, I needed a place where I could prepare for and recover from needed medical procedures, surgeries, and rehab. It has not happened. On my move-in day, I was informed that there was a shortage of parking, but it was hoped that extra parking would be arranged with nearby businesses. That has not happened. My efforts to advocate for additional parking for all tenants has now become more personal. I've been there 10 months and I need to get things done. As one solution, if additional parking could be found for the daytime apartment employees, then the garage parking could be reassigned to the tenants. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. With consensus of the council, if we can refer this back to the city manager, who I believe is familiar with this situation. Thank you. Is it okay, council? All right, very good. Thank you for coming this evening. Appreciate it, for taking the time. Marley, is Marley here or online? Oh, is that what you signed up for? Oh, no, that's okay. All right, do we have anybody else, public presentations that would like to speak? Anyone online, Vin? Nobody? Okay. All right, we don't have any consent items pulled for discussion, so we're going to go to our item number 6, which is action on the proposed FIFA World Cup 2026 assignment and assumption agreement with Bay Area Host Committee and 49ers Stadium Management Company, LLC, Manco. Proposed field improvements required by FIFA in connection with the event, a guarantee of certain 2026 FIFA World Cup obligations executed by 49ers Football Company, LLC, Teamco, in favor of the city and Stadium Authority and related actions. Stadium Authority Executive Director / City Manager.
Sure.
Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council, and for this item, as you know, you're also sitting as the Stadium Authority Board. As the mayor mentioned, Javon Grogan, City Manager, also in this capacity serve as the Executive Director for the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. We are here tonight to discuss an important decision related to hosting the FIFA Men's World Cup at Levi Stadium in 2026, what we all know is the greatest single-watch sporting event in the world. Presenters tonight will be myself and Glenn Googans, who serves as your city attorney, also your authority counsel for the Stadium Authority. We also have a full complement of individuals from city staff here to support you. You have Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker, Finance Director Ken Lee. We also have our Police Chief Corey Morgan, as well as other staff within the city that have been a part of the negotiations and the process. Representing the Bay Area Host Committee, Zaileen Jan Mohammed, the President and CEO, does have some availability tonight. But here in the audience, we have Karina Harold, the Chief Operating Officer for the Bay Area Host Committee, the person that would be responsible for really day-to-day operations and that has been intimately involved with our public safety staff as well as staff for the Stadium Authority on some preliminary events. You have Ruth Shikata, Vice President of Government Affairs and External Affairs. Also, Sonia Nyack from Nixon Peabody Legal Counsel for the Bay Area Host Committee. And representing various 49er entities, Jihad Beachman, Executive Vice President and General Counsel for the 49ers. I will also note council is familiar with our outside specialty counsel for Stadium Authority matters, Mohammed Walizada. He is available tonight online to support. Now let's go through our agenda today. We have the executive summary, just a brief overview. We have background. The council will know we've been before you a number of times with information and updates. And part of tonight's presentation will be repeat. We're doing that because it's been approximately 8 weeks since we've been before you. Also, we know that there are members in the public that may be joining this conversation for the first time. And so because action is scheduled for tonight, we want to make sure that we provide you with the full complement of information. We will have after the background section, we will have the City Attorney Googans go through the FIFA World Cup assignment and assumption draft agreement. We will also provide a summary of key terms, including the grantee agreement with TeamCo, and then we will discuss the staff recommendation and next steps. So let's get into it with just a brief high-level executive summary of what we're talking about. So FIFA Men's World Cup 2026, this really all begun in May of 2016 when FIFA launched a process to bid for countries to host the World Cup. As we know, in March of 2018, there was a joint bid by the United States, Canada, and Mexico that was selected as the host, and that selection occurred in June of 2018. And we all know that it took some time, but in June of 2022, FIFA announced the 16 regions that would host the matches, and they're up on the screen. And so the San Francisco Bay Area and our very own Levi Stadium that is owned by the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, a public entity, is scheduled to be one of the host sites. And so there are 11 sites in the country, names that we all know: Atlanta, Boston, Dallas, Houston, Kansas City, Los Angeles, Miami, New York, Philadelphia, Seattle, and here in what I like to call the Santa Clara Bay Area. And then a number of cities in Mexico and Canada. So a summary of the agreements that are before you tonight. The primary one is a assignment and assumption. And that agreement is between two entities that you sit as the board of, the city and the Stadium Authority, as well as it is envisioned to be between the Bay Area Host Committee. There's an exhibit that FIFA will sign, and then various 49er entities are part of the grantee agreement, as well as have participated in the negotiations for the assignment and assumption, and we'll talk about that tonight. So really, what was the purpose? And we've talked a lot about the assignment and assumption. What is the purpose? Well, the purpose is to assign all obligations under the FIFA World Cup Stadium Agreement to the Bay Area Host Committee. I'm happy to report tonight we've been successful in that. Actually, we've been successful in covering those costs and through the draft agreement assigning all obligations with one caveat. The one caveat is our responsibility to Levi's as our naming rights partner. We were not able to assign that to another entity because that is the Stadium Authority's responsibility. However, we were able to negotiate for a facility fee so that the costs that we need to incur to meet our obligations to Levi's will be covered by the revenue generated by the FIFA World Cup games. The other purpose was to obtain a commitment. We know that the Bay Area Host Committee, as we'll discuss a little bit, as a nonprofit organization, really recently reconstituted and stood up and actually putting on their one of their biggest events shortly, the All-Star Game. We wanted to ensure that we had a commitment that we would be reimbursed for all event-related public safety costs. That's included. We'll talk about it. We also wanted to make sure that we had sort of a belt and suspenders approach. And so we were able to obtain a commitment from the San Francisco 49ers to be essentially the financial backstop. If for any reason the Bay Area Host Committee cannot meet their obligations, we will talk about a grantee agreement tonight that has been negotiated, that we really believe provides belt and suspenders approach for the city council and really to protect the public's interest. And so we're happy to report that these agreements that have been negotiated are really within the spirit of Measure J, and they ensure that no liability to the city's general fund will be incurred. And so we will talk about that. We will go through all the details with you tonight. Let's talk a little bit about a challenge. As many of you know, one of our challenges, probably no surprise to anyone in the public, that there's been a lot of talk around obtaining the necessary information and agreements to actually fully assess what was included in the bid, because the Stadium Authority did not sign the bid. Our management company submitted the bid as a part of their process to bid for non-NFL events. And so the city did not have access to all the appropriate documents to really fully assess that. Some of the documents we knew that were between private parties that we really had no right to, but we wanted to see them. Right, we wanted to ensure, trust but verify, that there was nothing in those agreements that would extend liability or cost to the city. And so there was a challenge to obtain those agreements, and there was a lot of discussions, including grand jury reports, around obtaining those documents. As you know, we were able to obtain those documents in 2024, and really the last 2 years really could be marked by 12 months in intense negotiations to acquire the necessary documents, and then another 12 months to negotiate the agreements that are before you. And so we did receive access to the documents. They were documents that were signed by FIFA, the Bay Area Host Committee, and MANCO. We will go through in detail again all of these entities and their respective roles. And as the council knows, we were able to enter into an information sharing and cooperation agreement and received the documents. So at the end of this presentation, what we will recommend, and the 3 recommendations that are in your packet, is that you approve the proposed FIFA World Cup assignment and assumption agreement and the grantee of certain 2026 FIFA World Cup obligations. You also approve proposed field improvements. We've talked a lot about those. We will recap those again today. And then you also authorize the city manager and executive director in your normal action to implement actions necessary to carry out those agreements. Just to note, we're not talking about Super Bowl 60 here, but just wanted to note, of course, Super Bowl 60 is an important event. 2026 would mark the first time a single venue has hosted both a Super Bowl and 6 World Cup at all, let alone 6 games. And so we provided the City Council with a number of updates, and just want to note that your next major public update is scheduled for about a month from today on March 11th. So, background. Again, Council, I know you've heard this, but just want to provide a reminder of how we got here. Again, the bid was submitted in 2017. There were a number of board actions. We'll go through those, but on this slide, I want to highlight again, June 16th, FIFA announced the 16 cities that would host the North American World Cup, of which we are one. There were guiding principles adopted. We'll talk about those. But then actually, most importantly, FIFA did not release the official match schedule until February of last year. And that's really when we found out how many games we would host and what dates they would be on. Also want to note and recap for you really some prior actions taken by the city and the board. So on August 31st of 2017, Mayor Gilmore submitted a letter of support on behalf of the city. That letter noted a number of things. One, it said that the city of Santa Clara would like to declare its strong interest in being a host city for the 26th World Cup. Stated that she was pleased to confirm that the city in Levi Stadium would be submitting a proposal to host one or more games. Again, we're not a signatory, but very much stating our support and that we unequivocally support this bid and look forward to welcoming FIFA to our beautiful city. Next, in February 22nd of 22, the City Council voted in favor of a resolution to support the bid to host one or more FIFA games. And then in May 23 of 23, the City Council voted on guiding principles for FIFA World Cup, as well as directed the city manager and your general counsel to negotiate and execute the information sharing agreement that we discussed. I will not go through these. I know the staff report goes in lengthy detail about the various updates that we provided you, but we were before you on September 26th of 23, March 5th of 24, August 27th of 24, and most recently, December 10th of 24, where we really reviewed our preparations as well as covered many of the terms that had been negotiated and let you know that we were negotiating the final terms of the agreement and would release those in advance of today's meeting. We did do that. It was mentioned that the agreements were released on Friday. I think the council knows that they were sent out on Wednesday of last week to over 10,000 people, to a number of individuals that subscribe to various city lists. We emailed the city council informing them of that, as well as they were included in the agenda packet that was published on Friday. And of the 5 agreements that are included in your packet, important to note that 2 of those have been available in redacted form for quite some time, since December. And additionally, I know the council knows that we were able to secure copies of fully unredacted agreements and did review those and give individuals the opportunity to review those. Next, would like to discuss the guiding principles. The council has seen these. Will not read every word, but just want to highlight those guiding principles that council adopted in 23. Really stating an intent to professionally oversee the World Cup events in a manner that positively highlights the city of Santa Clara and our rich diversity. Obtain reimbursement for all costs, including public safety pre and post. Ensure that there are direct benefits to the community and Santa Clara businesses. Plan and provide for communication to engage with residents adjacent to the stadium and other venues within the city, knowing that public safety challenges are there, and so we mindful of activations, but wanting to make sure that not just Levi Stadium is activated. And I think we've talked about before the convention center, and that there is a reservation on the entire convention center for more than a month around these dates. Ensure that there are specific benefits to an involvement of youth and adult soccer programs. Seek revenue generating utilization of the convention center and other recreation spaces, including college and school. Seek mitigation for any financial risks and liabilities. We will talk about that in almost excruciating detail as the city attorney goes through sections of the draft agreement. Be transparent in our communication, absolutely. Hence the updates that we've provided. And then pledge that the city council, the stadium authority, the city will follow the law and act ethically and transparently, and that we expect all parties to do the same. Next, again, want to note Measure J, which you know we all live by here in the city of Santa Clara, related to the stadium authority. So just a couple points wanting to note for the public. Measure J was approved by Santa Clara voters in June of 2010. It provided for the development of Levi Stadium. It also established the entity that we know as a stadium authority, as a joint powers authority. But importantly, bullet 4, it prohibited using general fund or enterprise funds to finance the stadium's development, and noted that the city cannot be liable for operational or event cost. And important to note that the agreements before you align with that principle. They actually follow the same core structure as was followed for Super Bowl 50, as was followed by the 2019 College Bowl playoff games, and that's followed for the regular NFL and non-NFL events that occur at Levi Stadium. And so very much in line with that, but also, as the city attorney will note, goes a bit further and includes substantial improvements to the provisions for when the city would be reimbursed for cost. Measure J also noted that neither the city nor the redevelopment agency would be liable for stadium authority obligations, which we all know is true. Okay, we've used a few acronyms. We will use more, but we want to take a moment and just re-articulate who the various entities are that we're talking about. So we've mentioned the Bay Area Host Committee. The Bay Area Host Committee is a nonprofit that is focused on bringing mega sports events to the Bay Area. Primary host, regional host organization behind the All-Star Game coming up in just a few days, Super Bowl 60, as well as FIFA World Cup. And the Bay Area Host Committee has a board that is comprised of regional leaders and representatives from professional sports teams, including Bay FC, the Golden State Warriors, the Golden State Valkyries, the San Francisco 49ers, the San Francisco Giants, the San Jose Earthquakes, and the San Jose Sharks. So FIFA, or the NFL, we have that up there because this is a repeat slide that we've used when we've provided joint updates. But FIFA, which we're talking about today, is soccer's international governing body and really is the owner of the Men's World Cup. The city of Santa Clara, we all know, but important with regard to Levi's, the city provides the public safety services. We are the lead law enforcement agency. Important to note that with any NFL event or non-NFL event or major event, costs are borne by the general fund, but are fully then reimbursed by other parties. And so what Measure J says, and this is important to note, and I know will be mentioned later today, it says that the city cannot be liable, but the city has historically, does on a normal basis, expend money out of the general fund that is then reimbursed, and this agreement follows suit with that. And then we have the Stadium Authority. Again, the Stadium Authority is the owner of Levi Stadium. The city owns the land, the Stadium Authority owns the building, and the various individuals connected to the city work to oversee the Stadium Authority. We will mention various entities connected to the 49ers, and we went through this in substantial detail the last time we were before you. But important to note, Manco, an entity we talk about a lot. Manco is the management company, or what we refer to as the stadium manager, that will assist, in this case, Bay Area Host Committee to fulfill the stadium obligations. Manco is the entity that the Stadium Authority has an agreement with to operate the stadium on a day-to-day basis. They operate it for 6 months on behalf of the Stadium Authority to put on non-NFL events. So all the concerts, Metallica, I said Metallica because they're the first non-NFL event, so they're in my mind on June 20th of this year, but all of the non-NFL events. And then for 6 months, Manco works on behalf of the 49ers to manage the stadium. Stadco is an entity also connected to the 49ers. They purchase suites. They also hold the lease for the 49ers to the stadium. And so we lease the stadium to the 49ers for 6 months out of the year. And then Teamco, in this case, they will provide the guarantee to cover shortfalls if the host committee is unable to meet its obligations. But as we discussed at our last meeting, Teamco is really the entity that when many people think of the San Francisco 49ers, the legal entity behind that is Teamco. And I know we have Jihad Beachman from the 49ers that can talk more about their structure. Entities involved in hosting the World Cup. There are federal partners, there are state partners, there are regional partners, as well as regional transportation agencies. And so, as we know, we will work with all of these various partners and have had a number of conversations with the federal government, the Department of Homeland Security, Cal OES, which is the California Office of Emergency Services. There are neighboring cities that support our operation of Levi Stadium on a day-to-day basis, and all of the transit agencies. Important to note, though, that for the World Cup, we, being the owners of Levi Stadium as the Stadium Authority, are really the venue host. The Bay Area Host Committee is putting on the event. And so it is the Bay Area Host Committee that is working intently with the White House, the DOT, working on appropriations at the federal government, working with the state government, Cal OES, DOT, and then working across the Bay Area with various regional entities, the city and county of San Francisco, the county of Santa Clara that will activate their EOC to support Levi Stadium, the city of San Jose, the city of Oakland. And so as we know, there will be events all across the Bay Area, even though the game will be hosted at Levi Stadium. Certainly city personnel, through their event costs and planning costs, will support these efforts. We have been dialed into these efforts. As you know, myself, I've testified at the state, attempting to obtain money for Santa Clara and in support of the major 2026 events. But just important to note that it is the Bay Area Host Committee that has more or less the corporate responsibility to put on the event, and we are the host. The council knows that we developed or signed a interim funding agreement to fund operations to date, and so this is a report of that. We talked about that last time. Really, that interim funding agreement was negotiated between the city and the Bay Area Host Committee as in order to cover costs for pre-planning costs, and so with an amendment, a total of $150,000 has been authorized. To date, through the December invoice, we've invoiced for $123,000. That leaves a balance of $26,000. It is envisioned that a final assignment and assumption agreement will replace this interim funding agreement. But also important to note that through the negotiations, there were really concerns of how the invoicing process would work, right? Concerns that the city would bill only for appropriate things. And part of this interim funding agreement was essentially as a test pilot, really to develop a model and frankly try and break the model. And I'm happy to report that the model has been working. We have been paid for a number of months and are currently going through the invoicing process for November and December. And the process is working well. Certainly we set up and we reported on that, a enhancement to the city's timekeeping system and how people code and track their hours, but happy to note that that process is working. Additionally, important to note that we went through a process where we developed preliminary estimates for what the city's cost would be to support the 6 FIFA World Cup games that that are planned to occur between June and July 1 of 2026. And so you have that on the screen. It's just, again, estimate, just under $11.4 million. And so we really worked with staff from the finance department, our police department, our fire department, our community development department, the city's transportation department to really develop estimates at a departmental level on what we thought the World Cup expenses for planning, training, equipment, and deployment would cost. We utilize costs from Super Bowl 50 in 2016, also more recent costs from some recent soccer matches, as well as looked at equipment and had a number of negotiations around where we could rent equipment, we would rent it. When we had to buy equipment, we would buy equipment. And so there's also an understanding that this is not a budget. The cost for safety cannot be a hard budgeted number. There certainly may be things that happen that will increase the costs for safety and the deployment, but we want it to project out with cushion as well. Now, stadium modifications, we talked about that, I believe, a few presentations ago. We provided you with an overview of the modifications to what we call the bowl or the Levi's field that are needed to host the FIFA World Cup. And so, as you know, that there are FIFA requirements that are different pitch requirements for an NFL game, or frankly, the structure of Levi's Stadium. And so just to talk a little bit about that, there are required modifications to the pitch that are estimated to cost $25 million, no insurmountable sum, and that are on a tight timeline to be done during a construction season that has been carved out in 2025. And so we will talk a little bit about that. But that cost of $25 million has been negotiated to be funded 100% by the Bay Area Host Committee without any risk to the Stadium Authority or the city. That will be, as a part of the improvements, a permanent improvement to the facility that will allow the facility to host other events, and we do believe it is a very, very significant and beneficial permanent improvement that will be made by the host committee. And so what is that improvement? I know repeat slides for the council, but just as a reminder, on the screen, the dimensions that are required to host an NFL game are in red, and in green are the dimensions to host a FIFA soccer match. And so as you'll see, a little wider, a little narrower, but actually butts up against hard infrastructure, concrete, that is currently built within the stadium. And so a lot of work needs to be done to accommodate that. And so the plan is for modifications to the inner bowl, quadrants A through D. It includes demolition of 3 rows of sectional seating and replacement with demountable steel structures, installation of ADA platforms and railings, and additional glow lights and outlets in the field. A permit is ready to be issued, so this work can begin. The city has met biweekly with representatives from Manco that would lead and undertake this work. And again, positioned to occur to be a $25 million improvement performed at no cost to the city or the Stadium Authority for the long-term benefit of really both entities. And so with that, happy to talk about that more. I know that there will likely be Q&A on that. And so in the interest of getting to the nuts and bolts of the agreement, I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Guggens.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, Chair, Council, Stadium Authority Board. Appreciate opportunity to present to you again on this important project and significant agreement. Before I, thank you. A little slow. That's fine. I'll start here. I'm going to dive into the agreement itself, but to give a little bit of context for the agreement, why we're here and why the agreements are kind of what they are, I wanted to talk about a few of the premises, that formed the basis for how we went about, doing this. And some of these will be familiar from the presentation in December, because I talked about it a little bit then too. Premise number one is that an assignment and an assumption agreement makes sense where you've got a, in this case, substantial projected net loss event. Like the college football playoff in 2019, FIFA World Cup 2026 is projected to be highly likely to be a net loss event. And we've talked about the costs before. We'll talk about that a little bit again tonight, for the Stadium Authority. Our analysis of the unredacted FIFA documents confirmed this approach, leading to extensive negotiations, as City Manager pointed out, starting in late 2023 after we had the documents through really early 2025, up until a week or so ago, of the terms of this assignment and assumption agreement. And as pointed out, the assignment and assumption agreement at its core assigns the rights and obligations under the stadium agreement with FIFA to the Area Host Committee. It's actually Manco who assigns the responsibilities. They entered into the stadium agreement. They will be assigning the responsibilities. And this effectively reallocates the risk of loss for the event from potentially Manco or the Stadium Authority to the Area Host Committee, with some risk mitigation provisions, including a 49ers guarantee of a number of the key obligations. So premise number one, this structure makes sense where there's a projected significant net loss for the event. Second premise, and very important, I think, to you and to the particularly the public safety folks who provide support for these events, the city must continue to play a lead role in the stadium security and receive full cost reimbursement. Area Host Committee is the appropriate party to raise money and manage the event regionally with their experience and their access to resources. So that's the right role for them. We couldn't do that. Manco is the appropriate entity to assist with the actual operations of the event based on their experience managing, key major events on our behalf at the stadium. But now, in this case, under contract with the Bay Area Host Committee to do that. But again, the city, importantly, maintains its lead role in providing event public safety, emergency response, and transportation management services, consistent with the terms of a public safety plan. This is very much how we go about providing support now to non-NFL events and NFL events alike, in accordance with whatever the standards are that apply to that event. Of course, we want to be reimbursed, and so we want a reimbursement process that makes sense. We want dispute resolution mechanisms. Ideally, we'd get some level of advance payment to assure that we'd be reimbursed, although that's unusual and unique, and we've never gotten that before. And of course, given the magnitude of the event and the amount of effort and costs, both in advance of the event and at the event itself, as the city manager pointed out, in the $11.5 million range, we want to make sure we've got a backfill to that, because the Bay Area Host Committee, as competent as they are, and as confident that we are in them and their ability to generate both government funding and other sources of private funding for this event, they themselves are not a high asset operating entity. They are a nonprofit. This is really what they're in the business of doing, and so we wanted a backfill, for that. So premise number 2, we want the city at the lead, but we want provisions for full cost reimbursement, both because we want that and to be consistent with Measure J. The third premise is while this is not anything that other jurisdictions are getting, given how FIFA's business model really has them commanding all of the rights and revenues, we did want to preserve, wherever possible, the City Stadium Authority opportunities for financial benefits. Stadium agreement provides all revenues from the event to FIFA, as is the standard agreement they have with everybody, with no local taxes or fees to be paid by FIFA either. We talked about this a couple times previously. These agreements are highly favorable to FIFA, who really gets to dictate the terms and in accordance with standard agreements that all parties enter into as part of their bid package. FIFA's business model and their expectation is that local jurisdictions will actually contribute to the event costs and be satisfied with indirect benefits from regional economic activity surrounding the event, right? That's what the standard model is, and that's what we are up against. We, both City and Stadium Authority, sought, and we think achieved better than this through the imposition of the Stadium Authority surcharge, which we'll talk about, cities' rights to taxes and fees preserved, although we don't think we're going to be imposing any new ones, where we're not getting any taken away, and there could be meaningful TOT and sales taxes from the event. The convention center is going to be used and contracted for by Bay Area Host Committee in connection with this event at our applicable rates, not contributed. And the city has the ability to market assets around the stadium to FIFA, and City Manager Grogan can touch on that, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the terms for this. Finally, the last premise of all of this is there was a belief and understanding that you'd affirmed for us as we've checked in with you leading up to tonight, that the City Council and the community want the World Cup at Levi's Stadium. There have been various forms that City Manager talked about of City and Stadium Authority support for this event, starting back in as long ago as 2017. There's a lot of community enthusiasm, about this. This is a soccer town. This is the premier, soccer event in the world. You adopted guiding principles, as was mentioned back in May, that supported the event, provided that we could go down the path with an objective of achieving those guiding principles. and negotiations have proceeded along those lines. The proposed terms now fully negotiated in the attached to your staff report and submitted to the public assignment and assumption agreement and guarantee agreement is now presented, of course, for your consideration. And the terms that I'm going to talk about are really substantially consistent with the summary of terms we presented to you back in December, with some notable exceptions that we'll highlight as part of the presentation. So, summary of key terms after all those premises, including the formal guarantee agreement. Getting to the agreements themselves, this is a little bit of a slog. You remember it was a little bit of a slog last time. It may even be more of one now because I don't want to skimp, on the details for you. The RTC that summarized the agreement, it was 8 pages of staff report. The summary that we released when we released the agreements to the public before the RTC, really identical to the RTC itself, is 9 pages of a summary of terms. The proposed agreement, assignment assumption agreement, is 30 pages, including exhibits. The guarantees 10 pages. There's a lot to it. And it's important, that you understand that and that I give all of you and certainly the public the opportunity to understand what's being proposed. If you're playing along when we get into the summary of the terms themselves, unlike last time, we also have section references to the agreement itself. So if you want to track that, if you've got copies of the agreement, when I talk about a term, it also includes the section reference. So with that, diving in, again, somewhat redundant but important. At the core of this is Manco's assigning the stadium agreement obligations to the Bay Area Host Committee. Remember, the stadium agreement is what Manco entered into, first with USA Soccer and then ultimately FIFA, who took over to talk about the requirements that FIFA was imposing on holding this event at the stadium. Under the terms of this agreement, Section 1.1, Bay Area Host Committee assumes all those obligations, including event costs, public safety costs, and capital improvement costs, estimated to total between $45 and $50 million. One exception to this is the term we'll talk about later on that the city manager referred to under the naming rights agreement is the acquisition of what are referred to as the Levi's assets, suite and ticket rights that they're entitled to get for every non-NFL event under our naming rights agreement with them. We'll talk about that. These obligations that Bay Area Host Committee is assuming includes their ability to receive the revenues, what little there are, under the terms of this stadium agreement. This includes variable rental fees for basic services. That's in quotes because those are what the terms are in the stadium agreement. And those are estimated at $13.5 million. And the right to revenues from resales of a certain number of allocated hospitality packages and suites under the stadium agreement. So, in consideration for a $45 and $50 million obligation, including their obligations to reimburse the city, they get those fees. The assignment itself, under the terms of the stadium agreement, is subject to FIFA's approval, with provisions in the terms of that approval document, which they've reviewed and have approved, for a formal release of the Stadium Authority for liability. Very important. They're approving the assignment. Stadium Authority gets released, from their obligations. Bay Area Host Committee assumes, the obligations under the terms of the assignment assumption agreement. That's both in Section 1.2 and Exhibit A is their actual terms for their approval. One of the reasons why it took longer than we thought to get here in front of you is getting FIFA to look at, focus on, and give us, comments, back and to ultimately approve that agreement. We did not want to come before you with an agreement that they'd not seen and were comfortable with because they got that approval right under the stadium agreement. Next set of provisions, and we've talked about this, and again, your public safety folks want this, and we think you do too. The city is to provide and coordinate World Cup support services, not just public safety, right? It includes emergency response and transportation service, plus additional levels of service security given the unique nature of the event, right? It's both things we're used to doing for major events, and of course, this being the Uber event, there's going to be substantially increased requirements. When our folks went out and went to the Super Bowl for a VPSO, observation event, they already were, based on some recent events, and elevated concerns about risks, and potential threats, to events like this. We're seeing a lot more, requirements. This event is going to have a lot of those kinds of requirements, and there's going to be a lot of federal, state, resources applied to that, which is good news for us, right? It both makes the event more secure and potentially offsets, obligations that we might, have. But based on the SEER rating and other elevated risks, we're expecting to have a lot of resources and a substantial, requirements for these services. The city, though, remains at the center of it. This agreement contemplates going to prepare a public safety plan in the similar way we do to other agreements. We're going to obviously get input from people on the federal, state, and regional stakeholders and FIFA, because they're going to have special security requirements as well. But the city retains ultimate approval authority for what that looks like, and we control, the deployment of those resources on the ground in coordination with all the other participating parties, but in a way that our folks are used to and are excellent at. The public safety plan includes provisions, all the listed here. They're all kind of standard, provisions, but again, this is something generated by the city with input from other folks. And these are the section references in the agreement that refer to that. Okay, very important, this next provision. Barry Host Committee is obligated to reimburse the city and the Stadium Authority, because the Stadium Authority may also incur, and be submitting costs in connection with this event, for all qualified event expenses. Qualified event expenses are defined under the agreement pretty elaborately, because we wanted to describe in detail what all those things might be, so there's no misunderstanding about what we're expecting to be reimbursed for. It includes the actual and reasonable costs for event planning and training, actual event expenses, equipment expenses, and even miscellaneous and unexpected expenses. These are provided in some detail in Section 2.1. They're also elaborated in some detail on Exhibit B to describe what all those things might be. I got substantial input from the chief's staff, who's on the front line of this event, to give me the full narrative description of what those things are and what they could be, because we wanted that fulsome explanation so that there'd be no misunderstanding. As part of this, as was mentioned, we've put together a preliminary cost estimate for what these expenses are going to be. It was higher when we presented to you last time. I think it was 12 point something million, Chuck, last time in December, and based on input we've gotten and recalibration of things, it's now at 11.4 million. This is described in the agreement and included in some detail on Exhibit C. While we have this estimate, and there's an obligation to update this estimate because we know things are going to change. We're going to learn new things. There might be change in the security requirements. We might actually be able to do less because maybe we'll get more, outside resources. This estimate of what it's going to cost us, city, for our, expenses is likely to change. Maybe go up, may go down from time to time. And so everyone's supposed to be contributing and providing information to that so that Barry, a host committee, understands what it's going to be. We understand what it's going to be, and the appropriate money can be raised and expectations, can be created. Importantly, though, even though there's a preliminary estimate and updated estimates, the agreement makes clear that that it's not a budget, as city manager pointed out. It's an estimate, and the costs are what the costs are. If they're actual reasonable expenses, the same standard we currently have in our relationship with Stadco, and a standard I think we apply to ourselves for non-NFL events, then they're supposed to be reimbursed. Invoicing and reimbursement process. There's two processes set up. We think logically. The first are pre-event expenses. These are things like what is already being incurred and expensed under the interim funding agreement that was described, to you earlier. That is, all the parties who are going to be providing the services ultimately, getting training, learning information, starting to develop elements of the public safety plan, coordinating with other providers, of these services so that the plans can be coherent. All of these types of expenses being incurred now are to be gathered together and invoiced, on a monthly basis. There is an ability for the Bay Area Host Committee to dispute amounts requested. Some of those issues have already been worked out, for example, under the IFA. But if there are disputed amounts, those need to be set aside. And if in fact a disputed amount exceeds $50K, they actually need to be deposited in a separate disputed escrow. So we know that even if they're under dispute, those monies have been set aside and are available. So there's provisions for that. And then parties are going to meet and confer to attempt to resolve, any disputes that there might be. That's already occurred, a little less formally under the interim funding agreement, and there's an expectation that that may occur, again. If though the level of disputed amounts ever during this time period exceeds 200,000, right? That's a meaningful amount that we decided made sense. Either party could trigger an early resolution process to that dispute. There's an expedited arbitration process that's set forth in some detail with the agreement. Each party bears their own costs. And if we wanted determination, because we don't want too large an amount in dispute to lag and be carried forward, either party could call the question and go, let's resolve this dispute. Importantly, to the extent disputed amounts are ultimately determined to be owed, from the date that disputed amount otherwise would be due and payable, interest will accrue on that at a 0.25% per month, roughly 6% per year. So the time value of money would be recovered with respect to disputed amounts ultimately determined to be owed. So that's for pre-event expenses. Really a similar process for actual expenses with an important difference, and that's reflected here in this first bullet. This is going to be the vast majority of the expenses. It's going to be a meaningful amount of planning expenses, and so we don't want to defer that, right? We want to be able to bill for that monthly and be able to receive payments so we're kept as current as possible on that. But for the actual event expenses, which could exceed $8 million in and of itself, it was important for us to, because we knew they were going to be incurred, right, in substantial amount, to actually get some advance payment obligations from the Bay Area Host Committee. They know this. They're supposed to be raising money, to be in a position to make these payments. And so 50% of what at that time, estimated actual event expenses are actually due and payable on May 1st, 2026. That's a month, 45 days before, the first match. Then, in the middle of the matches, 25% of the then estimated actual, event expenses are also supposed to be paid, set forth in the agreement there. Just a calculation of this, based on current cost estimates, the May 1st payment would be approximately $4.2 million, and the June 22nd payment would be approximately $2.2 million. So under this agreement, Bay Area Host Committee is obligated to make payments with respect to actual event expenses before we've even actually billed them, for those expenses, on the expectation that those amounts are going to be incurred, and will be owed. There's final invoicing. There's some interim invoicing and some final invoicing on September 18th. We worked this out through finance. Ken and I wrestled a little bit over everyone's ability to be able to produce the invoices in time, but he knows we want to be able to, right, submit those bills as soon as possible and trigger the obligation to make payment. We're still maybe working through a nuance to this section that might require an invoice for a cleanup payment. And that may end up being in the final agreement. There's similar dispute rights and dispute resolution provisions with respect to these amounts, right? These final payment amounts. But in the case of amounts that are due but not paid, and this would apply to both monthly expenses and these actual expenses, there is a default interest rate of 1.25% a month. That's a 15% annual rate a year. So there's incentive for them to raise the money and pay these amounts, or potentially be liable, for that much larger of an amount. So, special rules for equipment and miscellaneous expenses. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because this isn't different from how it was described to you. It just now includes some section references to the extent that there's equipment needed, and there will be, and there's a list actually currently of what that equipment is on Exhibit C of the agreement, again, to avoid any misunderstanding. Those are also a area host responsibility. We're supposed to work on leasing equipment, so it doesn't need to be bought, right, to manage expenses. But if it's purchased exclusively for World Cup, Barrie Host Committee, since it's purchased just for them, will get pre-approval authority of that. If it's retained for city future use, we'll be leasing, equipment to them at a reasonable rate. That will be determined. Miscellaneous and unexpected costs could arise. There's a provision for that. We don't want to, even though we've got a lot of details about what these costs would be, there's something that we might not think about. And we're supposed to meet and confer with them if there are things outside the orbit, but the orbit's pretty broad. When miscellaneous costs or equipment costs arise, they're also going to be billed with the next payment that's due. So if it's during the pre-event period, it would be submitted with the next monthly bill. I jumped ahead. I was excited. Team Go guarantee of certain obligations. Back in December, when this was first presented to you, it was really just and was envisioned to be a guarantee of Barrie Host Committee's obligation to reimburse us for qualified event expenses. That was a significant guarantee in and of itself, right? It was $11.4 million in total. Back then, 12.2, and now 11.4. But as we are finalizing our negotiations, it became clear that other Barrie Host Committee obligations really needed to be backed up. And so we leaned into that. And through those negotiations, TeamCo has now agreed to guarantee not just the qualified event, expenses, but the field improvement costs, which were supposed to be private money, but I wasn't sure where that private money was going to come from. And again, Barrie Host Committee's nonprofit, entity, so we required a guarantee of those amounts, and then the third-party approval requirements, where since FIFA is basically saying, hey, none of your original contracts that interfere with anything that we want apply any longer. You need to get approvals or buyouts or whatever it is if we're going to substitute our, interests and partners, for that. We don't know what all of that is. Manco knows what all of that is. And so we thought it important to, if Barrie Host Committee was in effect taking lead responsibility for that obligation also get backed up. So under the guarantee now, it's threefold. It's qualified event expenses, it's field improvements, and it's these third-party approvals or buyouts that the FIFA agreement might require. There is still, as you may remember, an offset against the TeamCo's guarantee for, to some extent, of the surcharge revenues, that we get generated. Their view was, to the extent they're offering a $8 to $11 million, guarantee, that the Stadium Authority should also have some skin in the game. That was not something that we liked, but we understood the value of the overall guarantee. We capped it back in December at $1.5 million, but as a result of some changed terms, that in fact is now reduced to a capped amount of $200,000. So what was capped at $1.5 million is now capped at $200,000. The guarantee does not cover Barrie Host Committee's default interest, but it does cover a separate form of interest on the advance payment amounts, because it's important that guarantor backs up, those early obligations. That's at 6%, starting 75 days after those amounts might otherwise be due. And if the guarantor itself fails to make a payment, that also accrues interest at 6%. The guarantor does retain a limited right to dispute final qualified event expenses payment requests. It is, however, not under separate standards. It's basically them stepping into the shoes of Bury a host committee, and it's limited to a percentage of what that last amount is, combined with whatever the Bury a host committee's disputed amounts might be at that time. Surcharge revenues. This is also different from what was described in December, but in some respects we end up the same place based on the offset against the guarantee that we talked about that takes away surcharge revenues. The Stadium Authority, we had been informed back when we presented on this to you that the FIFA commitment was $6. But the agreement actually says minimum of $4 and a maximum of $6. We engaged with FIFA on this because we really wanted, and we are now counting on, that $6 amount. And they said they were not authorized themselves. This was a board-approved, commitment to say, sure enough, it's going to be $6. Apparently, other conversations that Manco's been having makes them confident it's going to be $6, but we could not get that $6, which was in our term sheet and our expectation, definitively committed to by FIFA. And so it now says $4 to $6. What the provision includes, though, is to the extent the FIFA's ultimate surcharge amount is imposed less than $6, Bury a host committee is obligated to provide financial guarantees to make up the difference. So we ended up the same place, and the expectation is hopefully that it's going to be a $6 designation anyway, with a path and solution to make sure that we get an in lieu version of $6, even if the surcharge amount itself is not $6. Assuming the $6 amount is where we end up, and we have 60,000 tickets sold, per game. If you remember, the surcharge is only with respect to sold tickets, and that's believed to be a reasonable estimate given the enthusiasm and interest in this event. That would be $2.16 million, of surcharge revenue. Per the terms of the existing stadium agreement, and I'm sorry, this is not the stadium agreement. This should say the stadium lease, not the stadium agreement. Stadium agreement is the term I'm using to describe the agreement with FIFA. Per the terms of the existing stadium lease in section 12.1, I think it's 12.1, surcharge revenues are to be allocated 50% to the Stadium Authority, which goes to the general revenue of the Stadium Authority, and 50% to the discretionary fund. And I think you're all familiar with how those monies are allocated. Monies that go into the discretionary fund can be used for capital improvements. They can be used to pay down public safety costs, surpluses to encourage the payment of performance rent. Or if in fact the discretionary fund exceeds $1 million, amounts above that can go 50% directly to the city's general fund. And so these monies are potentially general fund allocable, depending upon how the Stadium Authority decides to allocate those. And Ken, better than me, can explain. I think I described that accurately, Ken, but if there's a question about it, Ken can dive into that and talk about the history of how those monies are spent. Federal and state funding cooperation is really identical to how it was described to you back in December. Parties are going to work together to seek sources of both public and private funding, ideally with earmarks for that purpose. There's an existing source of funding that is, I think, $7 million statewide, state OES. $3 million of it is supposed to be allocated, to this region, and we're going to cooperate to see that The maximum amount possible can be allocated for our purposes here. There's other regional uses that money will be allocated to. It's going to be administered by Santa Clara County, so there's cooperation on that. If and when we hope new government funding is received, it is, and in fact, it's actually received. If that's money is earmarked for monies that Barry, a host committee, might otherwise pay us, then their obligation will be offset by that amount. If we're actually getting a different source of funding, that will no longer be a Barry, a host committee, obligation. If it's just committed, but we don't actually get it, parties are going to meet and confer and determine whether or not that commitment is secure enough to offset any amount that they might have, but the city ultimately has the discretion to determine whether or not that commitment is secure enough and whether or not we would say, okay, Barry Host Committee, you don't have to make this next payment because we now have committed government money for that. If in the end we don't receive that government money through an application process, Barry Host Committee is on the hook for that, and the guarantee would back that up. So it's really a cash flow, issue, and we've agreed in good faith to evaluate government commitments if in fact they get it, because that's really where they're looking for a lot of their money that they're going to be used for reimburse us for our qualified event expenses. There's also a provision which we talked about that makes government funds, if they're obtained, potentially available to cover up to $150,000 of any unreimbursed pre-planning costs. These are costs that could have been incurred, and then some of which were incurred, although not nearly $150,000 worth, prior to the July 1, 2024 interim funding agreement. And if in fact there's government monies available for that, we'll get reimbursement for that as well. Otherwise, it'll become an obligation of the Stadium Authority to the extent there were any city funds that were spent as part of that. Stadium capital improvements. This term is also very similar to what was described to you back in December, with the difference being, again, these amounts are now guaranteed, by Teamco, not simply an obligation by Manco or Barry, a host, to use private monies. That still remains, but it's now backed up. In summary, Barry Host Committee is responsible for the FIFA-required stadium improvements, including the field modifications that were described to you. That is also an agenda item for the Stadium Authority Board to consider and approve. The city's role in that is just issuing permits for it, and those permits, is my understanding, are ready to be issued if the Stadium Authority proceeds. These improvements are estimated to cost between $20 and $25 million to be implemented again by Manco using private funds in compliance with all laws, and importantly, not to interfere with other non-NFL events. One of the things we don't like about the timing of this and coming to you now is that they're already under the gun with getting those improvements done in time. We'd hope to be done by January 28th and to have a little bit more time and leeway for that as a result of a number of factors, including some challenges to lawyers based in LA as a result with what went on there, and getting agreements in front of and approved by FIFA. Our timeline got pushed. Another term that needed to be negotiated also created some challenges for that I'll list later in the additional improvements. So here we are with a challenging time frame, but it is important to avoid adverse impacts on the most closely scheduled non-NFL event for our benefit, the Metallica concert on June 19th, for things to start right away. As described, after the World Cup, these improvements become Stadium Authority property unless the Barry Host Committee opts to remove them at their cost. They're not likely to do that, but to the extent that they're private improvements, technically for that single event, they would have the option to do that. The cost for removing them and replacing everything would be so substantial that they can tell you that's not going to happen. And again, we talked about the timeline of ideally when the construction begins. Okay. We're at additional agreements. There's a lot of these, but I'm getting there. Bear with me as my voice starts to crumble a little bit. I'm going to grab some water as I spin through these because a number of them are important. And I'll tell you when where they're different from what was described to you back in December. Permitting cost is the same. We're supposed to work in good faith to expedite permits, but Barry Host Committee is responsible for covering all fees, for that. That is not a qualified event expense. That's just something they have to do as part of our normal permitting process. So we're not waiving fees. We're trying to expedite things if possible, but they've got to pay our customary fees. That would include potentially staff costs if we're going to end up adopting a clean zone kind of anti-ambush marketing ordinance. Some of you, Mayor, you may remember that it was something we did in connection with the Super Bowl, designed to protect their brands within a particular region. There's some First Amendment issues with that, so we reserved our right, to adopt the kind of ordinance that's appropriate under the circumstance, but that would be a cost recovery item as well if we end up going down that path. Convention center use, Barry Host was given priority rights to book up to 100% of that, given its proximity to the event and the value of it supporting that event. They're given up to April 1st, 2025. After that, the convention center can be marketed to other users because we don't want to have them tie that up forever. Youth sports park, if FIFA's going to use, it's almost certainly going to be, is going to be inside the security perimeter. And if FIFA's proposes to use that facility, the city has discretion to allow them to use it or not. It is not something that we've surrendered yet. We're going to work, and we're going to work with FIFA in order to maintain access, during the time period of the non-exclusive access and the exclusive right period, to see if youth programs can continue to use that facility because we know it's an important one. If the use is interrupted, the parties are to cooperate to find alternative fields at equivalent rates and/or Barry Host Committee commitment to provide some other form of support to displaced youth programs. There aren't definitive commitments from FIFA yet as to how that will work, but I think people are expecting and hoping that there'll be more specifics there as we get closer to the event. The third-party approval buyouts provision, in some respects is the same, and in some respects is meaningfully different. On the next page, we'll talk about the meaningfully different part. Barry Host and Manco are obligated to obtain all third-party approval, contract waiver, ticket buyout rights, whatever the FIFA stadium agreement in effect supplants of what our existing relationships are, at no cost or risk to the stadium authority, with indemnities from those parties with respect to any claims from FIFA-impacted parties. So if someone comes and says, hey, your stadium authority, you had a contract for me to provide these services, FIFA says no, or you don't get to provide those services, and there's a claim as a result of that, we get protected from that. Another example of the third-party approval buyout that's included is Levi's approvals of their signage rights under the naming rights agreement. There's a provision built into that agreement that actually contemplates major events like this, and Levi's, in effect, pre-approves potentially their brand being covered up because FIFA, in all of their stadium agreements, has the right to rebrand the stadium with the names of their commercial partners. That's something that Manco is responsible for getting from us, for indemnifying us against if they don't get it, but there's a pretty clear provision in the naming rights agreement that has Levi's in effect pre-approving that anyway. We're actually not expecting that based on Manco's assurances to be an issue. If it is, we're protected. Here's the one that's different and that also created some challenges. It's an obligation related to the naming rights agreement. Levi's, under that agreement, is entitled to a double suite, one of the better suites in the stadium. And I think I've got the number of ticket rights, 52 premium tickets for every non-NFL event. This goes on now. Under the naming rights agreement, they get this as part of their agreement to pay us a lot of money annually, and in exchange for their badging and branding of the stadium, they get this. Schedule 1, Section 5 and 6 of the naming rights agreement, if you want to look at it. We were informed after December 10th when we presented this issue, this tentative agreement to you, that this obligation had not been addressed in negotiations with FIFA and was still a live obligation. In consideration, and the Stadium Authority was asked to bear it since it was a Stadium Authority naming rights benefit under the agreement. In consideration for reducing the maximum Stadium Authority offset obligation under the guarantee, if you remember I described that from 1.5 to 200,000, and some other assurances under the guarantee and elsewhere. This term was included as a Stadium Authority obligation at an amount not to exceed $1.625 million. That's the actual cost for those things at the highest level based on pricing obtained by Manco from FIFA's designated, ticket and suite, salesperson. So that is now an affirmative Stadium Authority obligation that we will need Stadium Authority funds, to be used to pay for. While that obligation arises in this upcoming fiscal year, the expectation is that surcharge revenues greater than that will be generated the following fiscal year, in effect creating a neutral or still net positive event revenue generation between those two, the obligation and the surcharge revenues generated. Accounting requirements, also important, are the same. Manco's to provide a final accounting of event costs to bury a host for the things that they're charging them and all the things that bury a host is assuming, and to us, what the ticket surcharge revenues are, right? The thing that we are still bargaining for out of this agreement. They're also supposed to maintain records for us to review to make sure that the Manco charges to bury a host for the event in accordance with how those charges are typically done. It includes event-related janitorial, utilities, private security, other things that are typically billed, to the event itself. In this case, are also billed to the event itself and not billed to the Stadium Authority. So under the standard existing practices for non-NFL events, that still needs to happen, and we have access to the records to make sure that that happens. Those are the accounting requirements. And Manco's supposed to do that. We also preserve a right to have independent accounting, each party, but at our cost. There's conflict of interest provisions that require Manco to comply with their conflict of interest obligations under the management agreement, including a conflict of interest policy that was adopted both by us and by them. Area Host Committee needs to assure that no Manco or Stadco official is going to participate on the vote of the assignment and assumption agreement. There's some issues with that that supposedly have been resolved, and this requires that any party involved in 49ers entities to distance themselves from representing Bay Area Host Committee in that. And all parties are to apply with all applicable laws, including conflict of interest laws. City doesn't agree to waive taxes or fees. We talked about that. Barry Host is to cooperate with us in marketing city assets. We believe there's some valuable city assets in and around the stadium that could be used for promotional or other purposes, and we're going to get an audience with FIFA to discuss those. City manager has a more grand specific thoughts about that than me, that if you've got questions about it, he can respond to. Last time, Barry Host talked about the community benefit programs that they had in mind. That hasn't changed. Someone can speak to that here, but the agreement section reflects that as it was described to you previously. There's also provision for Manco to develop for our approval, because we have a right to approve management plans, a enhanced marketing plan for the 2026-27 booking season to help address any lost revenues. Stadium Authority might have received from this displaced event. Obviously, this event is taking up a lot of time period when we might have had a couple of events. Those events now would need to be scheduled if there's a significant touring season, either before or after the exclusive use period. So they're supposed to work with developing a marketing plan and work with us with FIFA to see what events can still happen, certainly during the non-exclusive operating period, at least non-ticketed events. Plenty of that ought to be able to go on, and that's a meaningful source of revenue. But the marketing plan is an obligation of Manco to endeavor to address the potential for displacement of otherwise revenue-generating events. There's a point of sale designation provision to the extent there's sales and use tax generating opportunities here as a result of the event, and there's things that can be done in order to make sure that Santa Clara is the source for that. We're going to identify that, and they've agreed to cooperate, to make sure that that happens. Okay, we're through the terms. There's other terms, of course. Again, they're much larger documents. Happy to answer questions about both what I presented and any other questions people have about terms I might not have discussed. But I did want to just touch on this because I think this is also important. This event is not without risks. These agreements don't mitigate to zero, every potential risks. And that's true of any major event, that goes on the stadium under our existing practices. But of course, this is a mega, event with a meaningfully increased, both, I think, qualitative and quantitative, risks. And so we were very purposeful in identifying, these risks and endeavoring to have provisions built into the contract that address those risks and to mitigate them to the extent possible. And this slide really kind of identifies the main risks and gives some idea of the related mitigation measures in the agreement that we think get at them. Again, if not eliminating them to zero, substantially mitigating those risks. The first one is field improvement delays and cost. We've talked about this. It's a little redundant. Contract obligations require private funding, and that's now backed by a TeamCo guarantee for all the costs of lien-free completion of those events. The obligation, the covenant to construct is to do so in a way that does not interfere with other non-NFL events. And as important as anything, Manco is an experienced manager of complex stadium improvement projects, right? So you can draft all you want, right? You can include provisions and indemnities and things. Getting people who know what they're doing overseeing the event, overseeing the project, is as important, if not the most important thing. And so Manco's experienced with this, and they can speak to where they're at with that tonight if you have further questions about it. The other, of course, meaningful risk is Area Host Committee's potential inability or failure to reimburse the city for qualified event expenses. We think there's a number of things that mitigate that risk. There's favorable contract language, again, which has an expansive definition of what constitutes qualified, event expenses, consistent with the public safety plan that we ourselves prepare, and experience now in an interim funding agreement with getting that, those expenses reimbursed. There's dispute resolution processes. I've just mentioned similar invoicing process to what's currently working under the IFA. We've got advance payment requirement, default interest, and Area Host Committees, again, experience and skills and relationships in raising monies for this type of event. They've attracted people who do this, for a living. And so we're all, to a certain extent, right, relying on them to raise the money, that's necessary in order to fulfill this obligation. And then, of course, the obligation's backed by a guarantee from TeamCo. So those things we think mitigate, that risk. There's also a possibility of getting less than expected surcharge revenues. Talked about FIFA formal approval of a surcharge. One of the things that FIFA has done is actually formally approved the surcharge, so at least the minimum 4 and maximum 6 has been approved by them. We've got Area Host Committee assurances to backfill any surcharge less than $6, and we'll know whether it's going to be that within the next little bit. So we'll have an opportunity to enforce, that covenant if we need to before relying on Area Host Committee for money. And then we think, of course, there's a projected substantial level of interest in obtaining these events. So the expectation is there's going to be a good volume of people buying tickets that will generate surcharge, revenues. Area Host Committee's failure to perform obligations under their agreements with FIFA. We're not a party to the host city agreement, so those are not our obligations. The assignment in this agreement before you transfers the obligations under the stadium agreement, which potentially could bind us, to Area Host Committee. And importantly, the city reserves its authority with respect to any discretionary actions. So if there's things Area Host Committee has committed to do, that's their obligation to FIFA. We've got the right, to take the action in reserved authority. We can't contract some of that away. And finally, of course, there's crime, disorder, liabilities arising from misconduct at stadium events. Something that goes with the territory, right? When you've got operations, we've got experience with risk managing that, with insurance policies, with indemnity provisions. We've got specialty coverage already to fill gaps in. This is viewed as a really good exercise, for the risk management folks, in the city to actually look at all of that again. And if specialty coverages are required, increase amounts of coverage, that is something that Barry Host Committee will have to bear the cost of. We've committed, as is part of our ongoing obligation for every non-NFL event, to have our standard insurances in place. But if specialty insurances are required, those incremental costs will also be assigned to the event. So, and finally, of course, again, speaking to people, not contracts, our city group, police, fire, OEM, public works, on transportation, they are experienced professional people with events, like this. There's no substitute for having good people, on the ground to mitigate those risks. So, wanted to torture you a little bit going through the details of that. I will yield the podium gladly and take my water back.
Thank you, Glenn. Again, Javon Grogan, City Manager, Executive Director. I will close us out so we can get on to the next steps of this discussion. But first, Glenn just ended with talking about the professionalism of staff, and while I certainly had a hand in negotiating these agreements, I just want to thank City Attorney Googans and our staff from various departments, Police Department, Fire Department, and frankly, nearly every department in the city that had a hand in this. It is no insignificant feat, and as the council knows, oftentimes you authorize staff to enter into agreements without the agreements in front of you, right? And so we purposely wanted to have the agreements fully negotiated and provide you with those copies. And so I'm really happy to say that I'm proud of the draft agreements that are before you. Frankly, I'm excited and really thankful for all of the work that went in with all of the stakeholders. Just to recap, you have agreements before you that assign all of the obligations that Manco entered into over to the Bay Area Host Committee. And the one thing that we really retain is our agreement to Levi's, and a ticket surcharge has been negotiated to cover that with a backfill on that ticket surcharge if in fact it's $4 and not $6. In addition, the Stadium Authority is set to benefit by receiving $25 million in field bowl improvements at no cost. City Attorney said something that the cost will be what the cost will be. I can't tell you how challenging it was to actually negotiate with an entity and say that we're going to negotiate a cost, and I can't tell you what the final cost will be, but you'll have to pay it, right? And so there was significant work that went into these negotiations and backfill provisions and guarantees and a monthly payment process that we just went through in detail with, at the end of the day, a guarantee from the San Francisco 49ers to backfill costs with a cap of $200K from the Stadium Authority. And so extremely proud of the work that's been done. And I almost forgot advance payment of the event costs. 50% due before the first event and 75% due halfway through the events. So significant provisions that provide upfront costs, frankly, a lot better than we have on a normal basis, a lot better than the city had with Super Bowl 50 and with the College Bowl playoffs. And so the staff recommendation that's before you is for the City Council and the Stadium Authority to approve the proposed assignment and assumption and guarantee agreement. Number 2 is to authorize the stadium to proceed with the field improvements. And lastly, for the City Council and the Stadium Authority Board to authorize the City Manager and Executive Director to take the necessary steps to implement those actions. And so next steps following a approval, should you grant one tonight, we will immediately issue the permit for the bowl improvements. Staff will continue with the public safety preparations. Frankly, as we said in our staff meeting today, it's really time to roll up our sleeves and get going wholeheartedly. To continue collaboration with the Bay Area Host Committee and key stakeholders to implement the agreements and our commitments to both Levi's and all of the various partners. Mayor, I did have a request that there are a number of people in the audience, representatives from Sam Licardo's office, Rural Khanna's office, Brandy Chastain from BFC, a representative from the earthquakes, and a representative from Northern California Soccer that would like to speak and have
I mean, they want to go home?
Right.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Right, and so if you would,
If you want to go home, raise your hand.
after the staff presentation, if you would like to call them up, I just wanted, I had that request, so I wanted to provide it to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, and we will do that. I'm going to ask that we take like a 7-minute break because that was a really, really long presentation and for a comfort break for people. So it's 9:21, let's say 9:30. Take a short break. Thank you. And then we'll go to the people that want to go home. Thanks.
With the others? Thank you.
Could I ask everyone to take their seats, please? Okay, I'm going to go ahead with public presentations now, and then we'll do public presentations again after the council deliberates. We're going to start with Jared Shawley. Is Jared here? Please come forward. Followed by Steve Kelly. Is he here or online? Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jared Shawley. I'm the president of the San Jose Earthquakes, and I'm also a board member for the Bay Area Host Committee. And I'm here to express my full support for the opportunity to host the 2026 World Cup. I cannot overstate what hosting the World Cup would mean for the sport of soccer and for our region at large. In 1994, the last time the U.S. hosted the World Cup, the impact to our region was incredible. Tens of thousands of visitors, wonderful community celebrations, and a lasting legacy that actually included the launch of Major League Soccer and the San Jose Earthquakes. And we've had the privilege of calling Santa Clara home from 2008 to 2014, and of course, we've played many games at Levi Stadium. We know what an incredible venue it is for the sport of soccer. It's a world-class facility. It's built to host the biggest moments in sports, and I have no doubt it will provide an unforgettable experience for players and fans alike. Beyond the games themselves, the impact of the World Cup will be felt far and wide. The event will create jobs, boost our local businesses, and leave a lasting economic legacy for our community. The impact will be felt across the entire region and help those local small businesses grow and help our youth sports continue to flourish. This is our chance to showcase not just our love for the game, but our community's energy, diversity, and spirit. And the World Cup will inspire the next generation of athletes while leaving a legacy that extends well beyond 2026. Thank you all so much for your time and consideration today. And after listening to all the work the staff's put in, I want to thank them too, both the staff for the city and the Bay Area Host Committee. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Jared. Next, we have Steve Kelly. Steve, is he online? Is he online? I don't see. He is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now, Steve. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Mayor Gilmore, council members, first I want to thank staff and the Stadium Authority for making sure our general funds are protected. This is an exciting time. The World Cup will be a big economic boom to small and large businesses in Santa Clara. As a fan, I'm excited to see these games, or at least some of these games, coming to Levi Stadium. So I urge you to support having Levi host some of these great soccer games. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Doug. Doug Block is online. Yes, I see Doug. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Doug Block, and I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 19. We represent over 8,500 workers in hotels, convention centers, airports, restaurants, cafeterias, and sports arenas, including Levi Stadium. Our labor and building trades councils rightfully recognize the World Cup as a huge opportunity to bring benefits to our communities through good paying union jobs. And that's why we're part of a national effort that worked with FIFA to create a framework that enshrines the right of workers employed through these games to join together in unions and collectively bargain. As the Stadium Authority, you also have an opportunity to act. And given all the investments happening here, it's critical to ensure there are no labor disputes around these events. We encourage you to explore how you can collaborate with the host committee, the 49ers, and FIFA to promote labor harmony and protect the interests of the city, its fans, its workers, and its communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that. Shay, I see you're back there. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor, council members. My name's Shay Salinas. I'm a former professional soccer player. I work closely with the Quakes Foundation, the nonprofit arm, and I am a coach in the Santa Clara Youth Soccer League. It may not need to be said, but I'm going to say it anyway. The soccer community and the future soccer community is thrilled and grateful to host the World Cup here in Santa Clara. The World Cup will bring the world together here in Santa Clara. It's unlike any sport in the world where it brings so many people together of different ethnicities, different ages, and different socioeconomic status. But what I'm most excited for is the impact it's going to have on the youth and youth soccer. In 1994, the World Cup had a massive impact on my life and so many of my friends' lives, and I know it had many impacts on people in this room. World Cup 26 will be no different. It will attract kids to the greatest sport in the world. It's a sport that not only develops kids physically, but it develops their character traits, things that we strive for to develop in our youth, like teamwork, work ethic, humility, perseverance, and not to mention the social and emotional impact it has on kids. This won't just be a 2-week impact. The impact the World Cup will have a generational effect. I'm working with many nonprofits in the area, including the Quakes Foundation, Bay FC Foundation, Bay Area Host Committee, America Scores, Cal North, NorCal, and so many others to make sure that this impact lasts for a lifetime, for more than just this 2-week period, but for a generation. We want to do things like build fields, start after-school programs, conduct referee training, and coaching development. So thank you so much for the tremendous work that you've put in, staff and council members, that you've put into this contract, this negotiation. I know it's been so much work, but I'm excited for the impact it'll have on our lives.
Thank you, Shay. Brian? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I want to make something very clear. My statements will appear negative about what staff has done, but that in no way expresses any desire to not see the World Cup come here. I am 100% in favor of the World Cup. I went to 1994 and I thought it was wonderful. Councilmember Jane asked the last time I was here, why are we doing this? Well, the reason we're doing this, the reason we're having this remedy here is because Manco breached the agreement by booking a money-losing event. And so in exchange for breaching the agreement, they made us go through all these hoops, come up with all these things that give them more discretion about what the city pays for holding this event. If you dig down, the economic effect of the city's deal as it currently stands is to subsidize that breach, subsidize those damages, and lessen the ability of the city to receive performance rent through reduction of the net revenues that the Stadium Authority will have. There's no analysis of what we've already spent or what we will spend. So my message here tonight is, Mr. York, pay for everything caused by your breach. The city's agreement should be directly with Teamco. He should pay every nickel that the city has to spend to hold this event. It's going to be a wonderful event. He should pay for it. He did it behind our backs. He should pay for it. And to FIFA, I want to say Santa Clara is not Doha, it's not Riyadh. It is a small city of hardworking people who will receive no net economic benefit from this event because of Mr. York's breach of his management agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else would like to speak, do you have cards? Oh, Brandy, please come forward. I just thought you'd like the front row seat, so. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Brandy Chastain, and as a co-founder of Bay FC, co-founder of Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative, 3-time Olympian and 2-time World Cup champion, I'm here to support the assignment agreement in front of you and the opportunity to host the World Cup. Soccer has been such an invaluable asset to my life and my family's life. My husband has been nearly 39 years at Santa Clara University women's head coach. And having the World Cup here in 1994, we hosted Brazil, and to be able to see that every day and for them to become the champions and to share and show what a championship culture is like in action was, in my opinion, the catalyst for 2 national championships. I know that having the World Cup here will influence, as Shay has said, generations, not just those who get to spend the 2 weeks watching. It is my great desire to have our community showcase to the world how not only our beautiful people and our beautiful geography, but the type of hosts we can be and how we will embrace the world, the differences that we have maybe outside of the soccer field, but that we can come together and we can celebrate one another. So it is my hope that you find that this is valuable to our area, to our children specifically, and for the generations of young kids who will fall in love with the game and find value not just by playing, but they will find their, like I did, their purpose. And that is to be community stewards and to impact our community as they grow and they lead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brandy. Anyone else? Kevin, please come forward.
Kevin Moore, I'm speaking as a resident, 61-year resident of the city of Santa Clara. First off, thank you.
How old you are, 61?
No, 61, yeah. It's gray in here.
I had to.
But first off, thank you for your service. I remember these nights well, and they can go on for a long time. You guys, I know you all love Santa Clara, and especially the new council members. You know, hopefully your excitement and get us going here. City staff, I've dealt with a lot of city staff here. This is an incredible city staff. Just going and paying your utility bill, some of the things I've done with the trees, just the recent walking through City Hall feels really good right now. Excited about our new chief of police, another monarch there. But on to Santa Clara. We dreamed about having a World Cup. We got a Super Bowl. You guys are getting a World Cup and a Super Bowl. The first event that I worked on was the World Games. Not a lot of people probably weren't even born yet, but we had the World Games in 1981, and it was one of my first jobs. I got to drive the Australian baseball team around, and it was really interesting. But each one of these events that we had, I was involved with the Super Bowl 50 committee, on the Super Bowl 50 host committee, and on the National Championship committee. We learn on each thing that we do, all the way from the World Games. There was things that the dorms that weren't done and weren't paid for, the events. So I want to first off say you should all be excited, pump it up here so we don't look all tired. We're excited about this event, and we should do some community events. I helped raise some money for the Huey Lewis concert. Some of you attended, and the Heart concert. We want to make sure that we have a thorough agreement. This was really well done by city staff, and it looks really solid. And for us not to have to pay for things, but we should also do, when we have these events, separate events. Triton Museum, let's have something on Pele there. Women in soccer. And let's have maybe some concerts so people can enjoy these events. And I'm here to help as a volunteer. Thank you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Kevin. Anyone else like to come forward? Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Marley Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of California Youth Soccer Association. We're a non-profit established in 1969. I'm incredibly excited that the World Cup could be played here in Santa Clara. I'm speaking on support of the assignment agreement, and I remember being 10 years old watching that final in the Rose Bowl where Brazil won 3-2. That changed my life personally, and to this day, I'm very honored to be in the sport. Being here in Northern California, when we found out the World Cup was coming, leaders of our soccer community came together and started talking immediately about legacy programs and how it would affect the youth. Our players are going to be impacted by all of the opportunities on and off the field, and I think this is a very special moment when you start thinking about when I used my age of 10 years old and how many years ago that was in '94. By signing this agreement doesn't just only guarantee the 6 matches, it has a ripple effect with our communities, and also the economic growth for athletes and the social impact as well for athletes is huge. Once the World Cup is in full swing, it's undeniable that the upstick of interest and people involved in youth sports will take an interest in the World Cup, especially soccer, here in this community and for Northern California. We're excited about the global attention it draws and the partnerships, donations, and the funding for leagues, facilities, coaching education, equipment, and our athletes that would be included in that growth. On a cultural level, it fosters the spirit and unites everyone together for an amazing experience and bonds our soccer community. Thank you for listening to me tonight and appreciate your support.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? If you do, come forward. All right, anyone online? We have someone on Zoom? Can you tell me the name? Oh, Wanda. Go ahead, Wanda.
Hi, not to be repetitious, but I really have to thank you all. This is so complex, and I'm speaking as just a citizen out here who really cares, and I think it's exciting, all of the good things that Kevin said and the gentleman after him. I do have some concerns, and I can't begin to understand it all. As a citizen, we see headlines like 83 million that we could be in debt. We hear about the contract that isn't honored. So what good is the contract? It may make one wonder. I think the alternative is just to say no, which we don't want to do. But the legalese of, qualify, key items are covered, reasonable, those kinds of words leave holes. And so it's really hard to trust. But I do think that every one of the council people and our mayor and the staff, that we're all wanting to try and move forward and do a good thing for our city. So please just remember we're counting on you, and thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Anyone else, Finn? Okay, thank you. All right, City Manager, did you have something else?
No, ready for council questions and
right.
next steps.
Time for council questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'll keep this short. It was on page 2 of the report. I think it was slide 9 or 10, way back when. I think there was a small mistake on the date because it said March 11th, 2026 instead of 2025. So that tells you I was reading my report very carefully. And I noticed the same mistake on the slide. When I first saw that word guarantee, I wondered if it was a guarantee, if it was a new word I hadn't seen with guarantee and warranty, but apparently I looked it up and it is a legal term for guarantee. That was a new one on me. My one big question is, I remember the conversation of the youth soccer park. I just didn't hear it in this report, that it would be made whole. We talked about the displaced youth programs, but if there was any damage to the field. And I didn't see that in this report that I'd heard from before. And also, I was curious about the time frame. It's been alluded to that we need to make a decision because there was some discussion about wanting to put this off. And I was wondering about the discussion about the time frame. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for presenting. I have two questions. One is on the convention center use. So I'm assuming that convention center will be booked at our standard rates. We are not giving any benefit. I know the report said that no tax benefit, nothing, but I just want to make sure that if they book it before April 1, 2025, we'll be using our standard rates. And my second question is about the specialty coverage insurance. My question is, who decides, like who is navigating this thing, that whether we need this thing or whether we don't need this thing, and who will be the ultimate deciding point about this thing? Because we want to reduce our risk in all the senses, but I want to make sure what's the process of that, who will be the ultimate decision maker on that specialty insurance. Although Bay Area Host Committee has committed to pay for that insurance, but I want to make sure who decides about it. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to staff for the report. Just a couple of questions as far as in sections 4.3.4, it talks about prevailing wage, just making sure that we have, even though we're not going to be running the show necessarily, but that the entities that are going to, that, we're not giving up our desire to see that. So just making sure that that is covered. It looked a little bit vague in 4.3.4, but just wanted to see if there's anything that we would need to change or anything that would definitely make sure that that's done. It says that it will be done, just making sure that we're covering that as well. And I had a question also about the soccer park, but when I read that paragraph, it seemed like it would be made whole.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Did I see correctly that bowl improvements would start tomorrow if this is agreed upon? And can you explain to me why it has to be done so quickly? I know the permits are already done, but that means that bowl improvements would go how long? And what is the disruption to booking any events? I imagine if they start tomorrow, there's pretty much no chance you could book any events in that time period for bowl improvements. The second is that for regular NFL games and for concerts, we don't get paid up front for our public safety costs. We incur those costs and then we're paid afterwards, whether it's through performance rent or through the negotiated thresholds. The second is that will FIFA have full control? I think it's within the perimeter of the YSP. And will we get any benefit for their using the YSP? Will there be parking at the YSP? Do they get all the control for that? And then finally, the $6 surcharge. I know we have this potentially $1.6 million liability of the suites. And is it estimated that that's the only place that the surcharge would go? Or what are the other uses of the surcharge? Because I think all public safety costs are guaranteed by the host committee.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox?
Thanks again. So the devil is in the details here, and I am feeling very ill-prepared to discuss this with just 3 days of being new. So I again want to express that there's absolute excitement about this event coming. I, by all means, want to be supportive of it, but as Ms. Chastain said, if the hope is to become community stewards, I think that we have an obligation to ask these questions about where the loopholes are. So these are highly complicated contracts, and I just want to know, it doesn't seem like, we're engaging here with corporate lawyers, international players. Who else was in the room? Or I want to just understand, was it just us? I think if we learned anything from Measure J and the complexities of that, we were advised very clearly, do not get outplayed again. Make sure that you are looking at this with fiscal responsibility. And so that's one of my questions. I need a better understanding again, and perhaps this was mirrored in the Super Bowl contracts previously. I didn't understand, again, why the city was part of this contract. And I think that there was a good layout of that in terms of our responsibility for providing public safety. But it's my understanding, and again, this is really just at a citizen level, that Measure J was meant to insulate and protect the city from any construction operation costs. And so I wonder then, as this seems to put us in a position where we now have obligation, duty, and liability in this, and does that forfeit Measure J's protections of that? I again wanted to talk a little bit about fiduciary responsibility in agreeing on redacted contracts. I didn't receive the opportunity to sign the NDA until today. So again, a lot of my resistance is just going to be the fact that I don't have full knowledge of this and wasn't able to see it. And in my responsibility to my constituents, then just, there's so much left unseen there. But it sounds like that was sent to me, and so I'll be able to look at that if I choose to. But I think there's an ethical dilemma in that as well, in saying that, what I might be privy to, we don't want to disclose to the public. And because we are a public-private entity and have responsibility to the public, I want to have as much transparency as we can. And again, I think you guys did fantastic work, and I don't want this to be controversial or personal at all. These are just questions that I would have as somebody brand new to this with 3 days to act on it. And then I lastly wanted clarification again about the conflict of interest. And as we mentioned, a contract that might be void, and I've been in a few meetings where we've kind of skirted over this issue. But I think this is really important to address if this has been corrected, and if so, how. Because enforcing Code 1090 here, Government Code 1090 in this stadium agreement, if it's not corrected and we're asked to act upon it, what I'm wondering is if that then validates a voided contract, and subsequently, does that mean that we're now responsible for any legal ramifications that could present out of that, if that makes sense?
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Thank you, staff and executive staff, for the presentation. I do have some questions about the youth soccer park as well. It says that if FIFA decides to use the youth soccer parks, that the parties involved would deal, with FIFA directly to try to get other facilities at cost or some other kinds of reimbursement. And my question is, how many soccer parks are there in the city of Santa Clara, and how many do we have control over? And at some point, it seems like if we can't procure soccer parks, that we would come to an agreement where we would potentially even pay money, and how much would that be? With the bowl modifications, I also noted that February 12th is tomorrow. I don't know, I heard that originally it was slated to end by January 28th, but now it's going to start by February 12th, which is tomorrow. We did not have a chance to act on this until now. I don't know how we would have started. I'd just like to know how it would have started prior to tomorrow if we hadn't had this kind of meeting. What other events could we potentially, well, I said, could we potentially, but are we going to bid for that would require the bowl modifications? I know that the earthquakes, we already have soccer games in Levi Stadium that don't require any modifications. I would think that if the modifications look like they're fairly expensive because it's modular, we can move things out, we can restore, but if we're not going to have any other events that would use these modifications, the question is, could we do it more cheaply if we looked at it one time? Again, I'd love to see the bowl modifications, but I also want to make sure for all the people spending money that it's worthwhile, it's in the interest of everyone involved. I also see that, I heard the statement from Brandy Chastain that says it's an opportunity, this is an opportunity to show the community what types of hosts we can be. And I think that being the case, I would like to be very optimistic. To be honest, wherever I look at this contract and every time I felt a tinge of worry, to be honest, the tinge of worry wasn't for the city, it was usually for the Bay Area Host Committee and even TeamCo. At some point, we have to make sure that even if the deal's good for us, that it's a realistic deal and that everyone makes out, at least gets what they want out of it, even if that's not just money. I'm really concerned that the city is not ready in the area of the stadium to get a lot of the monies that could be brought in from the outside because we don't have a built-out entertainment district there. We have an area right across from the stadium which doesn't even allow good passage to the other parts of that area that are built out. I don't know if the city has thought about how we're going to address that, how we're going to make egress, ingress, just going to and from the stadium to other places easier, even if that means temporary walkways or temporary paths. a lot of concerns, but I think that they're addressed in the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay, I have a few. First of all, I want to say I'm really excited about FIFA and World Cup games coming to Santa Clara. I may be the only one up here that's been to World Cup games and even a World Cup final in 1994 down in Pasadena. I wasn't 10 years old, but a little older than that. It's really exciting. I went to the practices. I was on the council at the time, went to the practices at Santa Clara University with the Brazilian team. And we were able to get our youth there to watch them play, and that was just so invaluable. There's a difference between supporting World Cup and supporting the games and being a cheerleader and bringing them to the city of Santa Clara, which I am and will be. There's another hat that I wear as the mayor to make sure that this comes with the least amount of fiscal risk for our city. We are carrying the heavy load. Other cities, San Jose, San Francisco, Sunnyvale, they're all going to plan their own events, but it's the city of Santa Clara that's going to be in the highlight. We are showcased in 2026 for both Super Bowl and World Cup. We are the ones carrying the load. And so we want to make sure, as a smaller city, that we adhere to the wishes of our community. And when our community in 2010 voted for Measure J to allow the stadium to be built here in Santa Clara, they entrusted us with the opportunity to have success at the stadium, but not at the cost to the residents and our general fund. And so that is the lens of how I'm looking at this evening, is what is the effect on our general fund? There's a memo that we gave to the council staff, and it'll be online as well, to ask the council members that we make sure we're looking at all of these contracts through the lens of Measure J and what our community wanted us to do. And so there's a couple things in here that I'm uncomfortable with because it affects our city and our general fund through the city, not the stadium authority. So that's how I'm looking at these things. And it's my responsibility to do that. Not as the soccer mom whose family lives, eats, and breathes soccer, 24/7, but the person that has to look my constituents in the eye and say, yeah, we did everything we could to protect, continue to trust us. We are complying with Measure J. But I do have some questions about this contract. The first one I have is, I don't remember this whole ticket issue that we have to pay Levi's for the naming rights, that we have to supply them with, I guess, a double wide and 52 tickets in there. And I know it's in the contract, we have to do it. I don't remember seeing that in the Super Bowl 50 contract or the college championship contracts. So my question is, how was that handled in those two contracts? Because I don't remember that coming out as a separate issue. Because I looked at the Bay Area Host Committee saying we're going to assign these 6 games to them, and they're going to cover all of our costs. So for me, that's a cost that should be covered. That includes all of our costs, and I think that's maybe how it was done back in those. So that's a question there. Staff, you said you reviewed the fully redacted documents. They weren't redacted to you, and allowed individuals to review them. If you're on the council and you wanted to see the redacted documents unredacted, you had to sign a non-disclosure agreement, meaning you can't talk about it, not even to the public. And so I didn't sign that agreement because my responsibility is to the public to make sure that I am making the best decision I can. And when you have these agreements that are a foundational part of this assignment and assumption agreement, and it's redacted, I don't know how I can do my job telling the public, I know it's redacted, I have no idea what's in there, but trust me. I would never say that. So my question is, how can we approve an assignment and assumption agreement that references foundational documents that are redacted? I don't even know if that's legal. So that's a big question I have. costs occurred by the general fund in all of these things. These are going to be approved costs. What about the costs that are not approved? According to the city staff, just with the interim funding agreement, there was already, I think, up to $150,000 that wasn't reimbursed because it didn't pass the approval test. So that affects our general fund. So there's going to be those costs, and then a huge delay in receiving that money, but that'll be a separate question. You just look at our interim funding agreement, we still have costs from November and December of last year that haven't been paid. Okay, this is a big one. Okay, you say it's going to be $11.5 million. We have 6 games, so that's less than $2 million per game. And each World Cup game, in my understanding, is like a Super Bowl. I mean, it has that effect, that amount of security. You even talked about there's going to be additional services and security, you know, well more than a typical like 49er NFL game. So I cannot in my mind put together that it's less than $2 million a game. I looked at some of the costs from Super Bowl that just happened in New Orleans. Just let's say the president coming, deciding he would like to come to a game, that added, I think, $20 million of security, of which the host city was charged another 1 or 2 or 3 million onto their security costs at the last minute, just having the president there. So what happens to the additional costs above that estimate of 11 million for expenses per game, you know, less than 2 million per game? What happens with the additional costs? Do we have to go, who has to approve the additional costs? When do they approve the additional costs? And does it have to be the Bay Area Host Committee and TeamCo that approve these additional costs? And what if they don't? Who's stuck? Is it the city that is stuck holding the bill? Who, you know, what happens there? All right. The improvements to the stadium. I understand the 49ers just invested about $200 million in stadium improvements for their, I think it was video boards and upgrading the suites and things like that. I don't remember that plan coming to the city council for approval. So what's the difference between them making those improvements and the improvements that are happening now? Because I know that I can imagine this happens every time. We get a contract only a few days ago and we have to hurry up because they want to start tomorrow. So that's what happens to us all the time. So why are they asking for approval for this now when we didn't approve the $200 million in improvements? I just wanted to know. And I also heard that the work has already started, so I'd like to know about that. Let's see. Okay, so I have just a fundamental issue with these approved costs. So what happens is, and I like what Glenn said, a cost is a cost, or you said something like, you know, these are costs to be paid. So the city's delivering the services. We're delivering public safety, transportation, all kinds of city hall services. The receiver of those services, the group that's going to be paying us, gets to decide whether or not our costs are acceptable. I have a fundamental problem with that because our costs are our costs. The group paying the bills, the Bay Area Host Committee and TeamCo, should not be deciding what's acceptable and what isn't to our general fund. So if costs are not acceptable and then there's disputes and a delay in paying us back, that's an impact and probably a cash flow problem for our general fund. And if the event we don't get paid back, what's the backstop? Is it we can't bill everything to the stadium authority because the Bay Area Host Committee is supposed to cover all our costs. So what happens if these costs are delayed or if we don't get paid back for the general fund? Again, another concern about our general fund. So, I have a fundamental question about the $6. So it says the $6 fee that we get per ticket, 4 to 6, depending, I guess. FIFA hasn't decided yet, although they've decided on other things. 4 to 6, they're probably going to go 4. That money goes back to the Stadium Authority, but is that money also to be used by the Bay Area Host Committee for expenses? What's the connection there? Or does it stay in the Stadium Authority? And if it does, you said 50% goes towards the Stadium Operations Administration and 50% to the discretionary fund. So does the Bay Area Host Committee have a right to take any of that $6 fee? City manager mentioned something about the state allocating $3 million, if I heard that correctly. When I was in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Conference of Mayors just recently, I went to a session with FIFA and other host cities, and they basically told us there's no federal money coming our way to go to our states and ask for our states to pay. But you said something about $3 million coming to this area. I just need a further explanation on that. And it's my understanding with this contract, if there's any, let's hope, federal money or state money come in, it goes through the county. So then does the county decide how much the city of Santa Clara would get for this, or Stadium Authority? Who decides? And then there might be a huge lag time between if they say they're going to give us money, but they don't give us money, then who fronts the bill? Is it the general fund or the Stadium Authority? I just want to know. Soccer park, which is very near and dear to me. I looked at this contract and I thought, okay, if they say if they're going to use the soccer park, then they will look at alternate fields at, quote, equivalent rates. I don't know what equivalent rates means. I actually don't think it's a good look that you displace the soccer kids for a World Cup. I don't think that looks very good for our community and our soccer community. So it looked like there was nothing specific in this contract that we could go to the soccer community and said, okay, we know you're all excited about it, but we're displacing you with nowhere to go. There's nothing specific in there. So I want to make sure that there's more specific, requirements, because right now I don't see that. Community benefit program, I see nothing for Santa Clara. They said in there's a regional community benefit program, and if we want to do something in Santa Clara, we're going to have to apply for it. But one of our, looking at our guiding principles, I'm just following our guiding principles that we all worked on, was that we wanted community benefits for our youth here in Santa Clara, our soccer players, our businesses, and I just don't see any community benefits unless we apply for something. All right, I'm almost done. So these are complicated and convoluted agreements. I had a hard time going through them and trying to figure them out, and I have been living with this since 2010, I have to say. So when we got this on Wednesday night and then another report Friday night, with new information, it's been hard and difficult to come up with, my understanding of it. I'm surprised people only had a couple questions because I have like 100. But, one of the things I was concerned about, and I know Vice Mayor and I put together a memo, was that the public funds, the city, it's the city. When we passed Measure J, we put a firewall between the Stadium Authority and the city. And this is blurring the lines now. It's convoluted between the two organizations, and it shouldn't be. And it wasn't in our Super Bowl 50, and it wasn't in our college championship. Those were strictly reimbursement agreements to the city. But this brings in obligations to the city, and the firewall is no longer there. So I wanted to send these agreements by a legal firm that was that could review and verify that we are complying with Measure J. Because I think the way these contracts are created, that there is too much risk to the city of Santa Clara. And I just don't, I want to plug the holes. We're gonna have the World Cup, we're moving forward, but we have to plug the holes to the city, because in the past, this council has said, you know, they didn't like all the original agreements with the Stadium Authority. There was all the problems. Well, now this is our agreement. This is what we're gonna do. And I did read the outplayed grand jury report, and if we don't have the proper protections in here, the next council is gonna be talking about this council, how it put the city at risk. So I think it's really important that we make sure that this agreement complies with Measure J, and it's just gonna need a few tweaks to do it. Let's get those questions now.
Sure. Ready to respond?
You're ready, okay, let's go.
So thank you, Mayor. I will go back to the first questions. Let me back up here. That came from
Oh, I'm sorry,
Councilmember
I have a
Hardy.
couple more that came in from the labor unions. I need to ask those. I know Albert asked at least one or two of them. Who will be doing the construction work to get the field ready for the games? In particular, will all the construction and related work done this spring to get the field at Levi Stadium ready for the World Cup be done by union members and unionized contractors? Number two, will all the people cooking and serving the food throughout Levi Stadium during the World Cup games be members of Unite Here Local 19? Will SEIU members be cleaning and providing security during the games? 3, what language is there in these agreements or in other commitments made by FIFA or the host committee which provide guarantees in two important areas? Where are the guarantees that all of the jobs associated with the games will be great jobs with high wages, good benefits, and protections for the workers doing them? Also, where are the guarantees that there will be labor harmony, and labor peace during the games rather than labor disputes and disruptions? Thank you. I almost forgot about that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. A number of questions, and I think we're fully prepped and ready to answer them. I will take some, I'll pass some to our city representatives and also the Bay Area Host Committee and 49ers. Starting with the first question from Councilmember Hardy, absolutely right. The Super Bowl update will be March 11th, 2025. I think we're all thinking 2026, and that was a typo. Youth Soccer Park, a number of questions with regard to the Youth Soccer Park. One mentioned by Councilmember Hardy, but a number of mentioned by other council members. Very simple. Frankly, when we begun these conversations, this city's dispute with the NFL around their use at the Youth Soccer Park is somewhat legendary. And so actually the parties said, we don't want to use the Youth Soccer Park. We are not planning to use the Youth Soccer Park. And so that's why you don't see a use plan for the Youth Soccer Park. As we went into it and there started to be preliminary conversations around the security perimeter, it became clear the Youth Soccer Park is so close it will be in the hard security perimeter, and so there may be a need to relocate uses. What those uses are still a TBD. We looked at the schedule. Typically during this 2-week period, there are not games. And so would there be practices that need to be relocated? How would that be done? That will come as 26 approaches. And so we wanted to provide provisions in here that held everyone's feet to the fire to, if there is an impact and people are displaced, we would look for another site. But also there's a provision in here, and the attorney went over it, which is if there becomes a use for the Youth Soccer Park, and it's something that they propose and we want to entertain, and it comes at a rate that the city is willing to accept, the agreement doesn't preclude it, right? And so it's a TBD now because I think many of you here know what happened last time. There was damage and the field had to be replaced. One of the things that certainly staff has talked about is, well, let's think about this, right? We're having FIFA come to Levi Stadium should the agreements be approved and everything moves forward. and there's a soccer field right next door. Is there use that the city wants to entertain for a soccer use that doesn't damage it? We don't know, right? The field was last replaced 10 years ago when the NFL replaced it, right? Is there a use that will actually provide funds to help with that eventual field replacement? We don't know. It's not envisioned, but we want it to not preclude it. And so that's why the agreement doesn't say exactly what will happen. The next question was about the improvements that are occurring at Levi Stadium, the time frame. And so I know Jihad Beachman can speak to that, but before he comes up, I think it's important to move back before we move forward. There are a number of improvements that are happening at Levi Stadium to ready the stadium for 2026. Some of them you've seen, you've approved, you've allocated money for. You may remember a year ago we were here and you allocated money for club improvements to furniture and equipment. We bought new furniture. We've replaced the carpet. There are improvements to the boiler that have already been made. That was an emergency need, and we went forward and did that. There are also other improvements when people say construction has begun. Absolutely. If you were to go to Levi's right now, you would see scaffolding, you would see cranes. There are a number of things that are happening, right? One of those are the suite improvements that you know of, but are not funded by the city. They're funded by Stadco, and it's improvements to the suites. Those are ongoing. There are improvements to the video board and associated ribbon boards, as well as the control room and sound system at the stadium. Not a city project, but a project that's being undertaken by Stadco, and so that's going on now. There are field light improvements that are planned, and there are improvements that you approved and funded for the Levi's naming rights signage. So the one and all of those improvements that are active or soon to begin were actually strategically planned for this window between when we thought the last 49ers game would be, and there was a lot of talk of where they go into the playoffs and not, and when they could begin, right? And so there was a January 28th start date that we had previously envisioned. And so some projects did begin right after the 49er season ended. And essentially all of the projects that are active or planned, and the major one that still needs to kick off are the bowl modifications, are intended to occur and be completed in time for the Metallica concert. That is the first, there's a 2-concert scheduled for, I want to say June 20th. June 20th and 22nd, but the load-in for that concert begins June 14th. So these projects are all planned to be done actually around June 11th. And so that is why in the packet today, we have not issued the permit for the bowl modifications. Bay Area Host Committee would not begin on those. They're paying for them at their costs. They're not going to begin that $25 million improvement until they know that
you have not issued permits?
We have not issued the permit for the bowl modifications.
Then how do they start tomorrow?
We are ready to issue that permit at 8 a.m. should you approve it tonight. So as we've discussed before, and we gave you an update the last time we were here, that the permits for the bowl modifications were submitted. They have been reviewed. We are ready to issue, but we would not issue those until you do your approval. And the host committee would not agree to fund them without an assignment and assumption agreement. And so that's really waiting on the precipice of your approval of the assignment and assumption agreement. And so staff knows, and we've had meetings leading up to this, and I see the community development director, staff is ready to issue that permit. In fact, the review of that has been done for several weeks now, and it's been ready to issue. And so we are ready to do that. And with that, I'll pause, and Jihad Beachman, I know I talked.
I'd rather you answer all the questions first, go through, and then Jihad, just take a list of things you need to answer. So, City Manager, if you just go through the rest of the questions.
Sure. So I will pin that for Mr. Beachman to discuss the implications of a delay in the
Yeah, because I'm thinking no matter what, we can approve that part of it, but not the rest. But go ahead, City Manager.
Sure. And with that note, I will pin another question for the Bay Area Host Committee to discuss their ability to move forward with, and desire to move forward with $25 million of improvements without an assignment and assumption agreement. Those two are very much tied.
Can I just clarify a question? I'm sorry to do this, so it'll just save time for later. If you gave us the agreement just a couple days ago, and you say we have to approve it by tonight. An additional question is, we've asked for this agreement months ago and weeks ago. What was the delay?
Sure.
What was the delay us, or was it delay? Who caused all this delay? Why do we have it now and you say 4 days later we have to approve it?
Sure. And that was actually one of the next questions that I was getting to, so very apropos.
Perfect.
Why are we here today, right? I think the council knows that staff had envisioned that we would be done pre-November, right? And then what did we hear? We actually heard a lot of people come and say, don't do it before the next council election, wait till after the council is elected, right? And so we had some discussions. There were some last minute items that needed to be done, and we said, you know what? Let's wait, right? Let's have the, we had a study session with the prior council, and then we said we would wait and finalize everything once the new council was on board. But candidly, these were very complicated agreements with multiple parties, and Santa Clara's disputes with our partners, frankly, is legendary, right? 10-year disputes with partners. And so I think many of the partners that went into these negotiations had a number of concerns. And we did not want this to end in a protracted either political, either in the court of public opinion or a lawsuit. And so there was a ton of work that went into each clause. If there's going to be a guarantee, well, if this party doesn't pay, who else pays, right? We've talked about qualified event expenses, and that's a term of art, but a term that's in these agreements because they were concerned that the city would put any and all costs in there onto another party, right? Now, we know that the city won't do that, but I think when you're telling a party that you will pay the cost, whatever the cost will be, it's appropriate for that party to say, okay, well, let's have some provisions around anything you put on an invoice we have to pay for. So let's have a process so we could at least ask a question of what is that charge? And so there's significant language in the agreements around what's a qualified event expense. And there's also clauses in the agreement of if there's a dispute over $50,000, the money has to be deposited, right? Because we did not want that dispute to be lingering out there in significant sums left undeposited. And then over $200,000 of these disputed costs, anyone could trigger a mediation to resolve that. And so significant provisions, but candidly, as I started this process, it was shocking that we would have parties to say, you know, I really need to make sure that if I'm approaching this deal with Santa Clara that I have the protections. But I think that's a bit of our history, right? We have a very protracted history of disagreement with major sports partners. And this agreement took significant time to negotiate and create provisions to ensure that both the city was protected, but the partners on the other side felt comfortable because they are shelling out significant sums of money. And really, as we noted, the cost will be what the cost will be. And so we have provisions around that. Councilmember Jahal asked a number of questions around the convention center, and so absolutely there's no discount on the convention center usage, and there is a hold that's been at the convention center. If I can find the dates of that, I will provide them, but it's from May 13th to July 7th, so before the first event and a few days after the second event. Councilmember Gonzalez mentioned prevailing wage in section 4.3.4. If the attorney is ready, I can turn to him for that.
I can respond to part of that and then I'm sorry.
And Councilmember Raj asked a question about specialty insurance coverage and the risk associated with that and who makes a decision around those policies.
Very good. Yeah, I'll respond to both of those and maybe some comments from Mr. Beechman about how that program for those improvements is constructed and will work. First of all, on the question about prevailing wage, you know, and how that would work, Section 4.3.4 of the agreement governs that. And as with all improvements overseen or managed, you know, out of the Stadium Authority, MANCO is responsible for determining whether or not, you know, prevailing wages must be paid or not. When they do improvements on the tenant exclusive area using private money. The prevailing wage law doesn't apply because private money is being used. An argument can be made here because private money is going to be used to build the field improvements. That prevailing wage laws wouldn't apply in that case. If they don't apply, or if they do apply, if they don't follow those rules, we get indemnified and held harmless, by any risks or liabilities that result, from that. There's a difference between complying with prevailing wage law and paying prevailing wage or union wages, right? A public works contract under the prevailing wage law has to be registered with the Department of Industrial Relations, and all those, a variety of things need to be monitored. That does not mean, though, if it's not a public work and registered with DIR, that union workers won't be used and that prevailing wages won't be paid. And that's what I'll defer to Mr. Beachman to comment on as to how they are planning on administering this contract, because I believe they've already let the contract and they've got, people standing by, again, as we pointed out, to start, tomorrow. So the provision says Manco's got to comply with all applicable laws, including prevailing wage. There's an argument that since only private money is being used here, the contract would not be a public work, requiring registration. There may be a different answer depending upon the trades involved and how they bid the contract as to whether or not union forces are involved and what wages will be paid. So I'll leave that second half to him. On the insurance question, the provision that governs the insurance is 6.2.2 on page 16 of the contract. And we note that City Stadium Authority staff is currently working with their insurance broker to determine if, given the elevated risk profile of the World Cup, additional coverage mounts, are going to be required. We're supposed to coordinate with Barrier Host on that to make sure we're not doing redundant coverages, right, and to determine what additional coverages FIFA might require. But ultimately, there's a sentence here that says, any additional costs for specialty insurance required by FIFA or reasonably deemed necessary by City Stadium Authority for the World Cup event shall be a qualified event cost reimbursed by Barrier Host Committee within the terms of this agreement. So ultimately, it's Barrier Host Committee cost if it's necessitated by the event.
Okay. Continuing on, Councilmember Jane asked a number of questions around the bowl improvements. I think we've addressed those. I think the one outstanding one is if the bowl improvements do not occur shortly, can we book events during that time period? And the answer is no, because as I stated, this time for various improvements was purposely scheduled to be between essentially January 28th and June 11th, and there are a number of projects occurring. Also worth noting that if the bowl improvements don't happen in 2025 prior to our non-event season, there's not enough time in 26 after the Super Bowl, but before the World Cup to do those events based on the construction cycle. So this really is the window for those improvements to be done.
You may want to talk about impact on non-ticketed events.
Yeah. Yeah, does the attorney asked that I mentioned that it does not preclude non-ticketed events, the corporate events or other events that occur on the inside of the stadium. Some of the other improvements, like the suite improvements and the sound system improvements, may preclude those during this construction time. But again, that was purposely built into the schedule, and we knew that there would be a fairly robust construction schedule in 2025. So I'd also mention our process for regular NFL and non-NFL events and how we get paid, and absolutely this agreement will follow that same practice. I think the statement that it's atypical is not really accurate. The current financial practice since the stadium opened in 2014, I believe, was the public safety costs are borne by the general fund and then reimbursed by other parties, and so that has been and will be the continued approach, and is completely in line with Measure J. And I know we have our treasurer here that can discuss that and offer additional clarity. So I'll invite Ken Lee to the podium now just to articulate it a little bit more, but I know we have 2 new council members and it may be beneficial.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Honorable Board. Ken Lee, Treasurer for the Stadium Authority and Director of Finance for the city. With regards to public safety costs for all events, that's NFL and non-NFL events, those are incurred in the general fund, fully paid for and reimbursed by the stadium manager, and then those are allocated. If there's non-NFL events, that gets allocated back as a non-NFL cost. So the initial payment for those are all through the general fund. Now, over the threshold, to the extent that some of those costs are over the threshold, then the stadium authority would be reimbursing the stadium manager for those costs. Yeah, and all those personnel are budgeted in the general fund for police and fire.
Okay, next there was a question around will FIFA have full control of the youth parking, the youth soccer complex? And the answer is no. It is currently not in the agreement. It will be in the security perimeter, but any use of that would have to be negotiated with the city at a later date, including the parking. And so we've discussed that. Next, there was a question about the $6 surcharge. I think we said it in a prior presentation, but I think it's important to note again that this was a pipeline event, and in the bid, the surcharge was not included. And so just getting our normal $4 surcharge was a significant improvement in the bid. Getting $6 is a improvement because this is a pipeline event that did not have to pay over $4, right? Even if they had to pay the baseline. And so that's important to note. And while the FIFA language says 426, also once we realized that FIFA at this point was not willing to commit to 6, went back. Mayor, one of the reasons for the delay, right? New information, went back and said, okay, but we want to make sure the stadium authority is protected because we're counting on $6, negotiated a guarantee from Bay Area hosts of that full $6 should FIFA not do $6. So again, a delay, but very much in the spirit of protecting the financial interests of the stadium authority. And so that surcharge, as we stated, would go to fund the stadium authority's commitment to Levi's to provide them with their double suite and their tickets, so estimated at approximately $1.5 million. And a portion of that, if the team code guarantee is kicked in, up to $200,000 to that, toward that guarantee.
Could you explain that?
Sure.
Like 200,000
You want to
guarantee?
take that?
Yeah, the mechanics of it are fairly simple. To the extent that the guarantee is triggered and TeamCo is responsible for backfilling any Bay Area Host Committee reimbursement obligation, there is a obligation for the Stadium Authority to contribute towards that with a certain amount of surcharge revenues actually received. The formula is from $1, the lesser of 20% of what the guarantee obligation might be, or 90% of actual surcharge revenue received. The provision that makes that most palatable, because we don't like it at all, is the fact that the surcharge amount, no matter what the guarantee obligation might be, if it's an $8 million guarantee obligation, if it's a $4 million, if it's a $12 million guarantee obligation, is capped at $200,000. So the maximum amount of surcharge contribution under the revised version of the offset from Stadium Authority surcharge revenues is $200,000, and it needs to be surcharge revenues actually received.
So can I give you a hypothetical? Let's say we get $2 million in surcharge revenues. Then what happens? How is that split up?
If we get $2 million of
Yes.
surcharge revenues.
Where does the first set go
Yep,
to?
yeah. Let's put aside the guarantee offset for a minute. If we get $2 million of surcharge revenues, consistent with the existing terms in the stadium lease that talk about how surcharge revenues are used, half of that amount, $1 million, would go to.
No, I mean, with this assignment agreement, how is it? I know how.
Yeah, and that's the same way. So under this assignment agreement, consistent with the terms of the existing agreement, half of that goes to the Stadium Authority general revenues, and half of it goes to the discretionary fund. We talked a lot about, different ways about how that would work. We ultimately determined that this was the best and, most appropriate approach from a finance standpoint. And Mr. Lee could speak to that if you wanted some additional comment on that. So half to Stadium Authority general funds, half to the discretionary fund. And there's rules around the discretionary fund and how that money could be used.
They go to pay public safety costs for football games.
They potentially could be used for that. But as you know, Madam Mayor, if they are used for that, that would increase the amount of performance rent that would be paid to the city. So there is potentially a general fund benefit from that. With respect to the offset, if we received $2 million of surcharge revenues, the most amount of that money that would go towards the offset would be $200,000. So potentially, first dollars of that would reduce the $2 million to $1.8 million.
We would pay Teamco?
That would be.
Or BAHC?
The offset would be paid to, it would be paid to Teamco because they would be paying the guarantee. So it would in effect offset their guarantee. It might not actually flow that way, Madam Mayor, and we can talk about this, Ken. It might actually, since it's Teamco's obligation to reimburse the city, the $200,000, say it's the maximum amount, right? And it's triggered to $200,000. That would go towards reimbursing the city for qualified event expenses. So ultimately, it would go towards paying the city qualified event. Yeah, paying back the city. That's right.
But you said something about this would cover the $1.5 million or $1.6 million for Levi's obligation for their double suite. And
yeah, and Mayor,
how would that cover
and it doesn't cover it directly, Mayor.
Okay, but you said, so that's why I'm asking.
I did, but I kind of said it holistically. The idea with how the agreement, how, and the city manager can reinforce this, how we're trying to view this from what are the costs of this event, and how are the costs of this event funded. The Stadium Authority is going to have a $1.6 million cost of the event based on this Levi's assets, obligation.
Yeah, but it's not paid specifically by that.
No, it absolutely is not. And the Stadium Authority will also.
That's what I'm trying to be clear. I'm trying to understand this. It's very difficult.
Yeah, and that's more of an economic description as opposed to a description of the deal.
Thank you. I get it now.
Okay.
Okay, we will pick back up. Now we're on comments by Councilmember Cox. I think Councilmember Cox, after a number of statements, her first question was who was in the room and who was involved in the negotiations, and did a outside attorney, non-city staff look at it? And so negotiators were both business staff and staff attorneys. And so but there was also a outside attorney, Mohammed Walizada, who has looked at the agreement, and I'm not sure, Glenn, if he's still on, but I know that he can speak toward the Measure J portion.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe we want to wait on that. I'm not sure that's it's the right. We're not kind of a Measure J issue, but we could if you want.
No, that's just when we get to the Measure J.
Yeah.
That was the very next question.
Oh, it is? Okay.
That was the very next question.
A couple thoughts in answer to your response. What City Manager Grogan said is accurate. It was a combination of city staff, both legal and business people, with me very much being at the point of negotiating the terms for this contract. I'm comfortable with negotiating terms for this contract. It's complicated in some respects, but not nearly as complicated as any number of different things that I've worked on. But I wasn't involved alone. We had backup and input and review from Mohammed Walizada from Hanson Bridget, which a lot of you are familiar with, who's both a sophisticated lawyer and very sophisticated in his knowledge of the stadium lease, and how these transactions work. He was especially involved in the terms of the guarantee. I asked him to produce an initial draft, guarantee, and ultimately review, the final form of the guarantee. And he and I actually both are very happy and comfortable with how the guarantee, came out and the extent of the coverage we get of the guarantee and the protections for that. So combination of me with backstop from Hanson Bridget, Mohammed Walizada, working on that. With respect to the Measure J questions, Mohammed's there. I wanted to give my take, but I know Mohammed's looked at it too and has thoughts about it. I do not think the agreement is convoluted and blurry in the way, Mayor, that you might describe that violates Measure J or creates confusion about city potentially being responsible for things. I don't think it does that. But that doesn't mean we couldn't add a simple provision, Mayor, to it that says very directly and plainly that nothing in this agreement will obligate the city with respect to any World Cup event obligations. I don't think it does. And the provisions, I think, are pretty clear in that regard. But, Mayor, I don't think anyone would have an issue with including that, in effect, boilerplate, provision to the final version of the contract. Let me turn it over to Mohammed for his take on issues with the city being a party to the contract and whether or not that creates ambiguities or issues relative to Measure J.
Hi, everyone. Hello, council and board members. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time today. Let me hit a couple of different issues. First, yes, I have been fully supporting Brian and the city manager and staff finance in reviewing the various drafts, negotiating the terms, and also assessing it in regards to the current agreements we have, Measure J, as well as lessons learned from the various litigation and disputes over the past 10 years. The city is a party to this contract because of the detail in regards to providing the public safety costs, planning, budgeting for it, where the city has control and discretion over that, and then ultimately getting reimbursed with a backstop there. In regards to the assignment and assumption to the Bay Area Host Committee and the other stadium management terms, those are only between Stadium Authority, Bay Area Host Committee, and MANCO. So the city is not getting pulled in or having liability here for this contract for the otherwise, stadium terms. In regards to Measure J, there is no Measure J violation here with this assignment and assumption agreement. The city provides services and charges for it, just like it does for NFL games, just like it does for non-NFL games. I'll note, and then those charges are reimbursed. Those reimbursements also take time. They don't happen immediately. They take time to get processed, reviewed. And on that point, I'll even note, even for the NFL games, separate from the threshold, separate from threshold discussions, STATCO has the ability to question whether a public safety cost for an NFL game is reasonable. So there is that issues there as well, as for a party to question what is being charged. And as city manager mentioned earlier, to try to head off that dispute or any issues with charges, that's where these very detailed terms come in regards to qualified, unqualified expenses, but also a remedy and a procedure to get those resolved. Ultimately, city funds are not being advanced. City funds are being paid for costs that are going to be reimbursed, just like we do for any other services at the stadium. And when we talk about stadium improvements or the surcharge or the guarantee, those are all terms that are not impacting and not using city funds in any way, right, other than making sure that the city gets paid.
I'm going to ask Mohammed some questions. Mohammed, so when the city expends the funds, but if they're not fully reimbursed for the funds and they end up in disputes, and maybe the city isn't even paid when we have to be involved in those disputes. The city's time is not being paid, and the time involved in putting together the billings are not being paid. So if there is not a guaranteed immediate reimbursement of these funds, it drags out, then it does impact the general fund, even from especially during these events, we're going to be putting out big amounts of money. And so during this time period, there could be a huge cash flow issue and also staff costs that are not reimbursed, preparing documents and being involved in the dispute. And attorney's costs, I think, for the dispute, I understood someone said in the presentation that we pay our own costs for the dispute. So what happens then to the general fund? And it appears to be not protected under that situation. And you, of all people, know that all the lawsuits that the Stadium Authority was involved in were initiated by the 49ers, every single one of them. So do you really think that there won't be disputes? I think we've had some already just with the interim funding agreement. So, being realistic, that there will probably be disputes and the general fund will be impacted. So that's my question to you.
That's a very fair question, Mayor. I appreciate that. So if I just go back to the prior disputes, right, initiated by the 49ers, and if we talk about public safety costs, even those disputes at those times, the public safety costs charged by the city were paid. Those were disputes.
I understand, yes.
Right. So, and for these costs, right, the way there are to kind of remedy that issue of disputed costs that then go to arbitration, mediation, and take further time, the ways to remedy that is how they have broken up the different tranches of the cost depending on the timing to try to prevent this huge lump sum being owed that would be a huge drain, number one. Number two, interest would accrue on amounts unpaid. And number three, then you would have to again prove up that those disputed charges are actually owed, right? Assuming again that they should have been paid from the beginning. So those are mechanisms there to protect the city in regards to funds that in theory could be disputed, right? What the city would have an entitlement to recover.
What about the costs that are not recovered, our staff time and attorney's fees?
So that one I will defer to the city manager and
Sure.
finance on how that's being allocated between the entities.
Sure. That's a very easy question. We have a 35% overhead rate on our charges. I think we know that is backed up by a study that's updated periodically. And so any bill we send out, there's overhead to cover the cost to prepare the bill. And for something like this, I know the city attorney can speak to, we normally don't get overhead charges, attorney's costs. But just also to back up what Mohammed said, this deal is actually better than what we normally do because there is the requirement that 50% of the estimated event costs are prepaid by May 1.
I have a question about that.
Sure.
So, City Manager, sorry to interrupt you, but here's the question. They may be prepaid, but don't all of our costs still have to be approved? Whether they're prepaid and it's sitting in there?
No, that is not.
So when they put them, you're telling me when they put half the money in and they're only putting half for the event day expenses, not all of our expenses. So when they put half the money in there, it's available to us, like to use without having approved expenses? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Those advance payments are just owed prior to us invoicing any costs, with the expectation that ultimately we will invoice those costs. If we are paid amounts, Mayor, that ultimately are less or that are more than what our ultimate costs are, then we would be overpaid and we'd have to give that money back.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, but do we have to invoice for those costs, or we can just use the money for our actual costs?
We would, my expectation is, Mayor, that we would hold that those monies would be retained by the general fund until the ultimate determination of the amounts that
our
we're getting
billing.
reimbursed. Yeah.
All right, so we still have to go through the same process. It's just that the money is
in the
sitting
end,
there.
we actually get those monies, though, that are can be held by the general fund.
I get it, but we can't use it until we actually invoice and they're approved.
We could choose to, but I don't think we would prudently, Mayor, until the ultimate costs and amount
One of
was
the things I'm
determined.
worried about is our cash flow.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be.
Yeah, but I do want to point out, Mayor, that, and I think has been pointed out, and Mr. Lee can comment, we do, the way the amounts are billed now, particularly with respect to NFL events, is there can be 3, 4, 5, 6 months between the time that we submit a bill and the time we're ultimately paid. So there already is a process that takes some time to get through both our invoicing process, review, and payment.
I understand that. This is millions of dollars, though. Millions of dollars in a short period of time.
Mayor, absolutely no doubt, and that was the thought behind the advance payments.
Different.
Yeah, that was the thought behind the advance.
And what was the answer for the cost, the staff time and attorney's fees?
Sure. So we can have the finance director talk about both. Let's do overhead rates. Let's do concern about a cash flow problem in the general fund, address pooled cash, and note that the event cost estimate is around $8 million. So we can, it's total $11 million, but by the time we get to the event cost, it's roughly $8 million, which can go higher, but I'll turn it over to the finance director.
Great, thank you, City Manager. Thank you for the question. So with regard to overhead rates, we do, for all of our public safety costs, have an overhead rate roughly anywhere from 32 to 37%. That is studied by a consultant, updated every 2 years. It's a professional consultant in the area of cost allocation plan. So that is an overhead rate that's applied to all public safety costs, NFL events, non-NFL events, and in this case, FIFA World Cup. With regard to cash flow, the city has significant cash pools with regards to cash flows. Now, this is regarding the timing of when some of those costs are incurred and when we get reimbursed. Even today with NFL and non-NFL events, there is a timing lag because it does take time for our third party, for example, CHP in the county, to invoice us, to get those reimbursements and then ultimately to pay those bills. So it's anywhere from 3 to 6 months typically before those reimbursements are made. And then so pool cash is not an issue of cash flow for the general fund. We have enough cash in the general fund on a day-to-day to operate for even this type of event.
Ken, can I ask you, the question was, what about the costs that we're not going to be reimbursed for in attorney's fees? Where does that come out of?
So based on my understanding of the agreement, you have direct event costs. Those are, Bay Area hosts with the backstop of the guarantee. Any unreimbursed costs, for example, pre-event planning costs, attorney's fees costs would be covered or reimbursed by the Stadium Authority. Those, as they are today, if there's elements of staff time that's not included in those qualified expenses, then those are reimbursed by the Stadium Authority, not borne by the general fund.
So the stadium, the Bay Area Host Committee, we're assigning all costs to the Bay Area Host Committee. So why is the Stadium Authority then backstopping the general fund if all costs are transferred to the Bay Area Host Committee?
My understanding is all direct event costs, as it's defined by qualified event costs, are borne by the Bay Area Host Committee. There are costs that aren't included in that, and that's some of the staff time. For example, the city manager, my time is included in your Stadium Authority G&A allocation, and so if there's some component of additional time related to the events, that's the cost that the Stadium Authority would continue to bear as it does as we work all Stadium Authority time.
Yeah,
Thank you. So you use a certain part of your job, and that was a question I forgot to ask. A certain part of your job you use for the Stadium Authority, was it like 30%?
Yeah,
or
20% of my
20
time.
or 30% or whatever. Are you saying with these events you will be not working more than that?
Well, if I work like
these
an hour
events?
more than that's budget, the stadium authority would still continue to cover
Okay.
those costs.
Right, so let me articulate that a little bit more. There are city staff that during the budget have a portion of their FTE, their full-time equivalent position, budgeted to the stadium authority for general corporate oversight and financial duties associated with the stadium authority. That will continue. That's been a part of your past budgets. That's a part of your budget that will come before you. And so yes, there's time that I and finance spends just for general corporate oversight on all events that happen at the stadium, and that's not envisioned to change with the assignment of this one of absolutely the city attorney's office, and that's not envisioned to change with this agreement. It didn't change with Super Bowl or the 2019 college playoffs, so that structure would stay in place. What we do for any staff that has a portion of their FTE budgeted to the stadium authority, the budget is an estimate, but you bill your time based on how you spend your time, right? And so if a position is budgeted at 20%, but they spend 15%, they actually bill 15%. If they spend 25%, they spend 25%. And every year during the budget process, we take an assessment and say, okay, well, you're budgeted at X, but your actuals are projected to be Y. Do we need to adjust the budget? And so that is our normal operating procedure and not envisioned to change.
City Manager, so for the Bay Area Host Committee, paying us back for all of our costs, does that include the additional costs of additional work that obviously our staff is going to have to do above and beyond, or are you billing the stadium authority for that?
Sure. It's event specific, but Mayor, that's a great question. And there was actually literally a meeting about that where we talked about categories of costs. And so let me actually just articulate that.
Again, you can see the thought of my questioning. I just want to make sure the general fund is fully reimbursed for all costs.
Absolutely.
And that the stadium authority isn't backfilling the general fund because we're doing an assignment and assumption agreement. That's the purpose of the assignment and assumption agreement, that they take on all costs minus the double ticket wide thing.
Sure.
They take on all costs. And that's in our, we agreed to the guiding principles. That's in our guiding principles. I just want to stick to what we all agreed to, and I see holes in it, so.
Right. So I would not characterize them as holes. I think the city council set a very high bar in your guiding principles, and I'm certainly comfortable with how we've achieved them in the agreement that's before you. But specifically to your question of costs, I think there are a couple different swim lanes, if you will, of cost categories that's worth mentioning. One is event-related costs. That's what we're talking about that has been assigned to the Bay Area Host Committee or envisioned to be assigned to the Bay Area Host Committee. Then there are normal stadium authority funded costs. Time for management staff, finance staff. Stadium authority will bear that cost. They bear that cost in their budget today. The next thing is funding for items that we may undertake during the planning period that we would do otherwise, but we're sort of doing it this year because it has a benefit. A classic one is cybersecurity training, right? We talked about that. We need to do cybersecurity training. We do it on the regular. We had one a few months ago. That's not being billed to the host committee. It's something that we're doing to benefit the city. It will certainly have a benefit as we approach 2026. Another is economic development activities and sort of making sure that we leverage or harness all of this economic development activity. And so you know that we have a destination marketing organization. There are improvements being done at the convention center. And so there are a whole host of efforts that are geared toward the city benefiting economically. That's not being charged at an event cost. There are capital costs, costs for beautification of the city, costs for the improvement of a intersection at Great America Parkway and Mission College Boulevard. I think the council knows about that. It was a needed improvement. We advanced that because we know that there'll be so many people here in 2026. That's not billed to the event, right? And so there are a number of things that we're doing as an organization to prepare ourselves. That's not an event cost. And then there are other activities that we undertake in support of things that we know that will happen specific for FIFA. For example, permits, right? we know that for FIFA and Super Bowl, there will be a number of permits submitted, right? We have had some general planning meetings around, okay, how are we going to process these permits? And some meetings with FIFA to talk about, okay, when you submit a permit, with the Bay Area Host Committee, when you submit a permit, how does that occur? Well, they pay normal permit fees for that, and that's envisioned during our normal process, and we do that with other businesses. And so we're undertaking a whole host of activities, and they're very clear swim lanes. We are not violating Measure J. We have not, and the event costs are being assigned through the draft agreement to the Bay Area Host Committee. There are more questions, and I will go to those.
Just getting back to expanding a little bit on Member Chahal's inquiry regarding insurance. Sue Reuter from my group, who's leads a lot of the risk management, efforts generally, particularly with knowledge about the stadium, informed me that she is in conversations with Alliant, our insurance broker. They have a lot of experience with major events, and so she's comfortable that we'll get good, advice and be able to, proceed down the path I described under the terms of that section.
So the next question was, again, from Councilmember Cox. We're still in your questions, Councilmember, about redacted agreements and some agreements not being available to the public, but being available to staff. Staff did have to sign the information sharing agreement, just like council members that signed it had to, just because there are certain risk and liabilities to the city. Some of those documents are not documents that the city is a party to. And so we essentially went to private parties and said, we would like to view an agreement that you have that is not a public document. And they said, well, you're a public entity, and we would normally not release our document between two private parties. But in partnership, we will agree to let you see it under certain conditions, right? And part of those conditions was that both council members and staff sign a non-disclosure agreement. And that if the document is released, certain things would be redacted. And so that was a very complex, I think, 5-way negotiation that the city attorney's office led. And I could turn it over to City Attorney Googans if there's any more he needs to add on that point.
No, I think you made that point well. I was going to move over to the stadium agreement and the nature of what's now publicly available. The stadium agreement is really the important agreement here because it's the one that potentially we would have to bear the obligations of if we weren't going to assign it, but we are now assigning it. We still wanted to understand, what it said to make sure we knew, what was involved, there, and that the obligations were being, properly addressed, and handled, and we wouldn't be responsible for them. And this agreement really accomplishes that. But we made clear to FIFA and all parties that to the extent that was the agreement that, you were acting on with respect to this, we really needed that to be public, by the time you made your decision. So the version of the stadium agreement that was provided back in December was substantially unredacted with a couple of exceptions. There was information in there that was deemed by a number of parties, including our police department, that might reveal sensitive, information about the event. And so sensitive information that might compromise security of the event was redacted, from the stadium agreement. The other information that was redacted at that time was the line item details of the cost elements that went into the ultimate determination of what the payment to Bay Area Host Committee would be, if and when they assumed, the agreement, for variable rent, the calculation. So the bottom line numbers, and I think even some interim numbers were provided. So we knew, that's why we know the $13.5 million and how that was calculated. But the line items that went into that were not specifically disclosed. Just some interim, numbers were disclosed. Finally, in the most recent version of the addendum to the agreement, and it's a little awkward, as we explained before, because the addendum modifies both the host city agreement, which is not a public document because it was entered into by private parties, and the stadium agreement, which is a substantially, public document, except with the exceptions I talked about. That looks like it's heavily redacted. And why it looks that way is because of the provisions that amend the host city agreement, which we don't have other than via intralinks, for people to view, is not a public document. And so there are redactions in the addendum. There also, in this amended and restated addendum, there's a new section. It's really the same as the original addendum that was released back in December, but there's a new section 12 that specifies the number of suites and the cost of those suites that are being allocated. Those specifics are redacted, but not the concept of the provision. And those specifics are redacted really kind of in the same way and along the same lines as why you don't get, or the public doesn't get, the specific information about, say, for example, a Taylor Swift, contract, is because those are in effect kind of negotiated elements that might still be under negotiations or could compromise negotiations and ability, to negotiate with the promoters. And so there are some details of those, that are deleted, but the jihad might be something that he can speak to explain, what that is. I think he did the last time to describe, what those allocations were and what they meant and what the Stadco, was responsible for with respect to those suites. So I would add that, to one of the things that jihad, will comment on when he finally gets an opportunity to come up and speak to that. So again, sorry, that was a lot of talking. Bottom line is the stadium agreement really is public in all meaningful respects regarding obligations that we would have, need to know and have information on. It's available to you, that sensitive information and the things that are redacted. Sorry, you haven't seen it, yet because we haven't set you up. But all of those obligations, in effect, as part of this, are being assigned over to Barry, a host committee, with the one exception of the naming rights commitment that we've described, a number of times tonight. I think that was it.
The next one is for legal as well.
Okay.
From Councilmember Cox, conflict of interest with a contract and a reference to Government Code 1090, and are we somehow responsible or implicated by executing the assignment and assumption with a potential 1090 violation?
Yeah, very good. No, I appreciate that. We advised on this pretty substantially last year, right, in a memorandum that we wrote to you, confidential memorandum analyzing kind of the 1090, issue and any number of different issues as applied to this contract. I'll get that to you, as well. You weren't here at the time. I don't want to talk about the details of that publicly. It's not appropriate for me to disclose the nuances of that legal advice to you. The bottom line, though, if you remember from that agreement, is that the best way for us to manage and insulate ourselves from those risks was to go down the path of a assignment and assumption agreement and, in effect, have that contract, assumed by somebody else. The risks of a challenge to the underlying agreement we're assigning is really not our risk directly. It's more of a risk to the event if, in fact, there was a challenge to that. By having a Bay Area Host Committee assume the obligations on that mitigates, the risk. Yeah, that mitigates certainly our risk, the risk to us. The risk doesn't necessarily go away for everybody, involved to the extent that's an issue. But how I advised on that, and whether there is an issue or not, is something that's in that confidential analysis that I'll get a copy over to you, so you can look at that and follow up, and you, Albert, so you can follow up with any questions about that.
Sure. Okay, next questions were from Councilmember Kevin Park about the youth soccer park. I think we've addressed most of those. The council member did ask how many soccer parks are in the city. I'm not able to answer that question. I do know that we have the Reed and Grant Soccer Park as well. And then also a question on if there was a use and there was, of course, a financial payment for that use, where that money would go. Would be a TBD, but I think consistent with our normal practices, it would really go to subsidize the facility and our cost to operate our park and rec facilities. And if it was a significant use with significant revenue, we would look at capital needs at the YSP, but that would be a decision for council at that time based on the revenue. There was a question about what other events could benefit from the FIFA required bowl modifications, and certainly rugby, any other international soccer events, a women's World Cup or a women's FIFA soccer match, and potentially others. And I know Jihad Beachman is in the audience, and so I will add that as a third thing for him to address when he comes up in his representation of MANCO. There was also a question about, or a number of statements and a question from Councilmember Park about we do not have that downtown or that entertainment center, and I think he was referencing the related project that if the market was different and things had went a little differently for Santa Clara, would have been built, but we know that's not built. And certainly there will likely be activations by FIFA and the Bay Area Host Committee in the area within the footprint, and potentially activations at hotels or other restaurants by others. And so, as the planning truly gets underway, we will look into that and certainly be mindful of that. And I know public safety has had a number of preliminary conversations, as well as the DMO with their work to catalyze on the economic benefit for Santa Clara. Also worth mentioning, because Councilmember Park, one of your questions was sort of, embedded in it, what's in it for us from the economic standpoint. The utilization of the convention center, but one of the things that we have had initial discussions of is a potential temporary FIFA store, so FIFA merchandise store, on site at the convention center in the area that could bring significant sales tax revenue. I know the council members are familiar with some of the big concerts like Taylor Swift. She set up a trailer and sold merchandise, and so the ability to do that and localize sales tax are conversations that we've had, and certainly from a city standpoint and putting on my city general fund hat, leveraging that and having that to leverage sales tax revenue. Absolutely interested in. Okay, now we go to questions by council member or Mayor Gilmore. I think we've addressed a number of them through other comments, but just want to go through those as well. A number of comments concerned about our general fund, and so I think that we've answered those questions, and the mayor may still have concerns, but certainly I think we've discussed the mechanics of the agreement to assign event costs, have the guarantee to the Bay Area host, have the guarantee for TeamCo, have the dispute process embedded within the agreement. So not going to recap that. How was the Levi's agreement handled for Super Bowl 50 and some of the other events? I will put that on the list for Jihad Beachman to address, and I can actually, looks like the city attorney is leaning in.
I can at least address how I know it would need to work for the Super Bowl. With respect to Super Bowl events, yeah, I know you did, but the question was for both. With respect to Super Bowl, that would have been a Stadco or a 49er, entity obligation under the terms of their sponsorship agreement with Levi's. I would need to refer to Jihad if he knows if that was even a requirement of the, I guess it's the NCAA or whoever would have been for the college football.
It would have. I think it was in the original.
Yeah, if in
naming
fact
rights agreement.
Yeah, if in fact they bought out all the suites and they and all the tickets too, and that was something that they monopolized, that would have had to have been addressed. Mayor, I don't know how it was. I don't think the agreement itself addresses it that I look at, so I don't know how it was addressed.
I looked and I didn't see it, so
Yeah, I didn't see it in the
that when
agreement.
we assigned all of the costs, that was one of the costs we assigned.
Yeah, if in fact that was even something that college football playoff, again, negotiated for themselves. FIFA, in their agreement, said we get all the suites and we get all the tickets. College football playoff may not have, required that. So That's the question.
I
If
think
they,
the question that I had was, did the Bay Area Host Committee assume that responsibility for both Super Bowl 50 and the college championship?
yeah, and for Super Bowl 50, I answered that would have been a Stadco.
All
for-
costs means
For college
all
football,
costs.
yeah, for college football playoff, I've got to see how that was handled.
Right. And I think we said it before, but, best case scenario, we would have been able to find a party to assume the stadium authority's responsibility. And in the negotiations, that was not possible. A party to pick up that $1.6 million responsibility, but having revenue associated with the event was possible. Okay, next there was a question from Councilmember Gilmore or Mayor Gilmore, or a number of comments around the estimated cost at overall less than $2 million per game. I will toss the vast majority of that, answering that question to Karina from the Chief Operating Officer for the Bay Area Host Committee. However, I know we've said before, there are big numbers that have been thrown around for FIFA, over $100 million that need to be raised. It is important to note that we are talking about the city of Santa Clara's costs and the cost to operate at Levi Stadium. And in fact, we're actually not even talking about all the costs to operate at Levi Stadium, because through a separate agreement, Bay Area Hosts will work with Manco on the operational cost of the stadium. And so we're really talking about our public safety costs, our transportation costs. And so certainly the Bay Area Host Committee has commitments and requirements across the Bay Area with other regional governments, transportation agencies, that when you see these events costing several dozens, if not over $100 million. That's the totality of costs. We are a very important portion, but not the lion's share.
So can I ask, when she comes up to talk, does the public safety costs and the other costs per game, I think it was less than $2 million a game in costs, does that include, what does that include? Does that include public safety? Does that mean other agencies helping the City of Santa Clara Police Department? What does that include?
Sure.
And what does it not include?
So it includes the costs that we normally incur for an event at Levi Stadium. So our officers, our double badgers, so individuals that work on behalf of the Santa Clara Police Department but have a home agency. It also covers the cost for contract officer support that we have at Levi Stadium, as well as city staff costs. As you know, we have transportation folks, we have people in public works trucks that support Levi Stadium, and so it's really our city event costs, not all of the costs associated with the event, which is that larger number. And nearly every city, actually every city department that is a part of putting on an event at Levi Stadium that is embedded within those costs participated in a very, very detailed cost allocation, in fact, by month and by event, both pre and post, to develop those estimates. Okay.
Including public safety.
Right. Next, there was a question about cost and who approves, and I think we've talked about that through the qualified event expense process. Mayor, your next question, you referenced the over $200 million of stadium improvements that are being paid for by Stadco, and really asked the question of why didn't those come to the Stadium Authority Board, and why are we now asking for the bowl modifications to come to the Stadium Authority Board? Very simple answer that you address in all your normal business. The Stadium Authority Board, you approve things for joint use or Stadium Authority space. Those improvements to the suites, for example, it's tenant space. You don't approve those. And so the bowl modifications are in joint space, right? We jointly—
Big screen in joint space?
No, the video boards and the sound system and the control room is actually tenant space. So that's why those did not come, and it's a cost per the lease that Stadco funds. Okay, keep going. That's the very next question. So take it.
Okay, Mayor, I think you asked, does Barry Host Committee have any rights or access to the surcharge revenues? Short answer is no. Yeah, that goes to the, that is allocated the way we discussed earlier. It goes half to the Stadium Authority general revenues and half to the discretionary fund. Barry Host Committee has no claim on that. The only claim to that is the offset to the guarantee obligation, which might fund a portion of the
200,000.
yeah, maximum 200,000.
Okay. Mayor, your next question that we have not addressed is the $3 million. You mentioned that we referenced $3 million. I don't think tonight, but I think in a prior presentation, that is the Cal OES fund, so California Office of Emergency Services. In the current state budget, and I'm only blanking because it's either this year or the prior year, but already budgeted with Cal OES is $7 million in planning costs for California. That is for Northern California and Southern California. And so that is that $3 million that is already budgeted. It's not money that is wrapped up in the current budgetary process. And we're currently engaged, and Barry Host is in a process to draw down those funds or the portion for Northern California. Mayor, you mentioned the county would be the recipient of any state or federal funds. Absolutely, right? Government agencies at the state and federal level grant to a government entity, so not the Bay Area Host Committee. It is envisioned that the funds would go to the county and then be divvied out to the various entities. It is important to note that the assignment and assumption agreement places the power with the Stadium Authority and the city to actually determine whether those costs count toward the Bay Area Host Committee's obligations. And so only if those costs are earmarked to the city of Santa Clara and if the terms meet with our approval, would that count against the costs that the Bay Area Host Committee is obligated to fund. Thus, it would not be a part of their prepayment or their invoice. But there are fairly strict provisions about it being earmarked for Santa Clara, and I know we've talked about that before because there could be federal state dollars that go to hosting the event, but it doesn't matter if it's not earmarked for Santa Clara, right?
If we go out and get money from the feds or the state for Santa Clara, and we're actively working on that to do that, because I know some of us have been doing that.
Absolutely. Me as well.
Does all the money go to the county and then we have to like beg the county to give it to us? Why can't it come directly to us?
Right. Mayor, that's still very much a TBD. I think state and federal legislators have been engaged in that conversation, and I know you know this, but it really determined, it's really how the state and the feds write the grant or write the law and where they earmark it to. Of course, our interest is to have it directly earmarked to Santa Clara and not have to go through the county. But this is a large event with costs all across the Bay Area. And if I'm candid, as I said before, Santa Clara's disputes with partners are legendary. And so I think that there was an interest by many parties in actually not having the city be the entity that receives all the state and federal money and having an independent agency like the county be part of the arbitrator, because our disputes sometimes are.
Well, maybe you should tell the 49ers to stop suing us. So you should do that, city manager, because that was the origin of all the disputes.
Okay. And so YSP was another question, and we've talked about that. Community benefit guiding principles, absolutely, Mayor. Embedded within the guiding principles was to have a specific benefit to the city of Santa Clara. And I think what the host committee has articulated on prior occasions is that there will certainly be community benefit that includes California. I'm sorry, that includes Santa Clara. The assignment and assumption before you does not include a specific articulated X amount to Santa Clara. I will tell you, in a number of the conversations we had about the 26 major events, many cities are providing in-kind support to these events. We are not, right? We have Measure J, and I was actually in a meeting where there was a chuckle recently when I spoke, and it was like, yeah, nothing you're going to get in Santa Clara is going to come for free, right? No, we charge our costs, right? And so, but certainly, community benefit will be distributed across the Bay Area. We will be a part of that, but there is not a specific articulated benefit in here for Santa Clara. Certainly, we've talked about the city's ability to have community activations and engagement that we are certainly committed to, but I think that there are other communities that may have specific activations or benefits, but they're also providing support to the event, either in cash or in kind, and we are not. With that, I think those are all of the questions. So,
Improvement, timing, worker types,
got it. Okay, so there was a question with regard to improvement in labor unions, and so is that the question that we should refer to Mohammed, I'm sorry, Jihad. So Jihad, will put that as your fourth item. So you have field improvements, redactions, use of the bold improvements, and labor. So with that,
come up?
Mr. Beachman, state your name, your various positions and entities you represent, and take it away.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone, for having me today. Jihad Beachman, Executive Vice President and General Counsel of the 49ers. That includes 49ers Football Company, LLC, which is Team Co. 49ers Stadium Management Company, LLC, as well as 49ers SC Stadium Company, LLC, which is basically all of the 49ers entities that we've talked about. So I'm going to go over a few things that were asked questions about. First, I'll start with the construction. And so we have some significant things that we intend to start as soon as possible, the most important one being the corners of the stadium. I think in the past you've seen a couple of the diagrams and such. That needs to start immediately. More or less, we've been pushing to get this done as quickly as possible. There have been things that have come up throughout the process, and I totally empathize with the fact that the board just received this agreement in full this past Wednesday. But we really are on a tight time crunch to get these changes done. So while we had hoped to get this deal done earlier, we really do need to start now. And so some of the things that potentially would be in jeopardy if we aren't able to start in the next couple of days or so is we do have those concerts on June 20th and June 22nd. Any further delay, really beyond receiving permits tomorrow, would put those events in jeopardy. If you look back at this past year, I believe Mr. Lee recently gave a presentation on some of the events that occurred in fiscal year 24. I believe every concert that we had in fiscal year 24, every night netted more than $1.5 million. And so if we're unable to have the Metallica events because of the delay in the start of the construction, it would put in jeopardy the potential $3 million plus that we would potentially obtain from those events. It's not a guarantee of any revenue, but just a marker for this board to be able to see, what potential revenue would be put at jeopardy if we're unable to begin that process as soon as possible. As far as the actual construction work, my understanding is that while there's still some things to be figured out on some of the smaller projects, the main larger project of the corners at the stadium, the prime contractor for that project is going to be DevCon. That's a union shop. They use union labor for their work, and they've also agreed that the subs that they're going to be having doing the work along with them will also be union shops. And so there's still some work to be done for all of the projects that we're getting done, but for that one specifically, that needs to start as soon as possible. That is DevCon, and that is a union contractor that's doing that work. So there will only be union labor involved with that project there. There was a couple of questions about what other stadium events would be able to use improvements. As the city manager said, there could be other international soccer events. There could be other rugby events. I've heard cricket. I don't exactly know what kinds of dimensions are required for cricket, but that's another possible option. And that's just for the corners portion of the improvements that are being made. There's also going to be field improvements that are being done, a ventilation system that we believe will actually have lasting effects in the improvements of being able to use the field more frequently, be able to fit more events even during the NFL season for non-NFL events, required less maintenance because of the ability to maintain the field with the ventilation system and keep it without getting too moist during the rainy season. So there are a bunch of things, not just the corners, where these improvements that were being made will have a lasting impact on the ability of the Stadium Authority to host its events, as well as reduce potentially costs associated with maintaining the field in the long term. There was a question about how suites were handled in other previous events. You know, our efforts as a stadium manager is to always negotiate deals that satisfy the requirements of the existing agreements. And so in the past, we have been able to negotiate the ability for Levi's to get its assets as well as for Stadco to get its assets under these agreements and not have to pay extra dollars for those assets. Unfortunately, that's not how FIFA works, and FIFA basically tells you what it's willing to provide, and it didn't provide those assets in this case. So in the same way that the SCSA is being asked to provide the assets in connection with all the revenue that it gets from its naming rights agreement, you know, Stadco is also being asked to have to purchase suites for its partners that in those suites. And so, you know, Stadco is making quite a large investment in purchasing those suites as well. So it's not something that is just the SCSA. Stadco has skin in the game as well in terms of having to purchase these assets that just weren't able to be negotiated in the same way that we have at some of our previous events. You know, a similar thing will occur for Super Bowl 60. That asset is in the 49ers arrangement with Levi Strauss, and so that will be a 49ers expense. That'll again be one of ours and not be one that will be part of the SCSA's naming rights agreement. I think I hit all of the questions there. I would like to at least just make a point on top of what was said. I do want to just note that this really is a deal that's unparalleled across what other host cities, hosting regions are doing. It really shows the work that both Zaleen, Jen Mohammed, and the Bay Area Host Committee and city staff have really done and put the time into to obtain this type of a deal for the city, where it absolutely protects the city general fund. The Measure J will be complied with as part of this deal, and you are going to see that general fund, in the same way that it has been for other events in the past, which has been looked at over and over again to make sure that it is something that has been complied with, it will continue to be complied with as part of this deal. And to give you that extra comfort as part of that, the 49ers, because we believe in these type of events and believe in their ability to bring people together, are offering the guarantee for this event as well. So putting ourselves out there as well for this event to make sure that the city is protected from having to incur any costs here, because the 49ers will step into place and pay those funds in the case that it's necessary to make sure that the general fund does not have to expend any dollars for this event.
Thank you, Jihad, but there's a couple more questions from the union folks. One is, where are the guarantees that the jobs associated with the games will be great jobs with high wages, good benefits, and protections for the workers doing them? Also, where are the guarantees that there will be labor harmony, labor peace during the games rather than labor disputes and disruptions?
Yep,
That's one of the questions.
Yep. So we have a great relationship with many labor groups in the entire region. As you know, we have agreements for services to be provided at Levi Stadium, agreements that have been brought to this board and approved by this board. Like for our concessions agreement, we have Levy. For our janitorial services agreement, we have ABM. These are agreements that we've worked with the city staff on. Our procurement department has put out for public bid and have been approved by this board. And so those are the ones that we'll be using for this event. But we're willing to work with the groups as much as we can to make sure that everyone can enjoy the success that this event is going to bring to this region.
Okay, and the last question from labor is, will all the people cooking and serving the food throughout Levi Stadium during the World Cup games be members of Unite Here, Local 19? Will SEIU members be cleaning and providing security during the games? What language in these agreements or other commitments made by FIFA or the host committee which provides guarantees in these two important areas?
Yeah, so I can't make any commitments to our partners who are the vendors at the stadium, and these are their employees, and so those are agreements that are existing. As you well know, our leave agreement came before this board in 2018, and we approved an agreement for that to be for 12 years. I believe in 2021, we agreed to have a 1-year extension to that agreement, so it actually is a 13-year agreement now. But that agreement will be the one that exists during this time period, and so I can't speak to Levy itself and its employee base, but like I said, we have great relationship with these labor groups, and we're happy to have those conversations with them.
Thank you. City Manager?
So that concludes our responses to the council questions. I'll just close it out by again thanking legal staff and our partners, and just say that the city staff wholeheartedly recommend and endorse the draft agreement that's before you. Won't restate all the benefits here, but a significant benefit, and protects the city, and really, I think, puts this issue to bed so we can roll up our sleeves and begin planning. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to open it for the public. Any public members like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I listened to the discussion by Mr. Walizada, and I actually taught Mr. Walizada everything he knows about Measure J, and I think he was pretty incomplete in his response. Measure J does not use the word public safety. It uses the words maintenance and operation costs. And it's obviously the public safety costs are paid directly. For the other costs that we're terming non-qualified costs, such as the staff time and the preparation time and I don't know if overhead includes that or not. It seems like there are some costs that they are not going to be paying for the city, and they're going to be charging it to the Stadium Authority funds. The effect of that, first of all, number one, the existing agreement provisions assume that that those costs are allocable to money-making events, okay? So if they're not complying with money-making events, then those costs are not in compliance with the management agreement, and therefore they should be paid directly by Stadco or Manco to the city, and it should not be absorbed as a Stadium Authority cost. Secondarily, any agreement by you to offset or subsidize their cost with Stadium Authority revenue results in a reduction of net revenue and therefore a reduction in performance rent. And that reduction in performance rent is part of what the city's council guarantees to the general fund to be paid as fair market value rent. So if you were to choose to otherwise pay that and reduce the net revenue and therefore reduce the performance rent, you would be violating Measure J. That's my interpretation, and that's what I would have told Mohammed if he had been here.
Thank you. Any other public members want to speak? Do we have anyone? Okay, council comments. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, I commend the staff, city manager staff, city attorney office, and everybody involved in this process, and Bay Area Host Committee and 49ers, everybody involved in this process. It has been a long process, and as city manager mentioned, there has been legendary disputes. So we learned from that. Even Mohammed, who was our attorney for all those disputes, basically mentioned that. We learned from those mistakes and came up with what was right. And I think staff, as a team, did take a lot of precautionary measures and did mitigate the risks, basically. We learned, like we had multiple issues to be resolved in the past, and this is where we landed. And I feel very comfortable. No contract is risk-free, to be very frank. Whatsoever, you can make it foolproof, but there are limitations in every contract. But I feel confident in what this multiple-year process has come to and landed where we are right now. And there are reasons for that, basically. Let me go back. So, first of all, there have been questions raised about the redacting of some of the contracts which were not contract directly with the city. We have to understand that we do sit on closed-door meetings as a council, and we are not 100% transparent that we disclose everything of that information to the public. There is a reason for that, because when we are trying to protect our city, our business units, we have closed-door meetings. And same thing applies, like it's the same thing when some of the concert contracts were not disclosed, because we want to protect our contracts and make more money out of it. If you disclose all those contracts, your next contracts will be money losers, or you will not make that much money. And I appreciate what all the efforts with city attorney's office, city manager's office has done to get the redaction to minimum. And at least with all the due process coming up with multiple months, multiple years, the redaction has reduced, and it is quite transparent and from that point of view. $4 to $6 surcharge, I think that's a good amount of money. I hope that is $6, not $4. And $6 will give us $2.16 million directly into City Stadium Authority budget. I know I'm not very happy with the amount of money, 1.6 million or so. We will be liable for naming rights, 52 seat suites. But at the same time, it's a give and take. And that is our responsibility. And we should not forget, naming rights is one of the best contracts the city, Stadium Authority and the city has it, basically. We are making life of the contract more than $157 million, plus extension of that will give us around $200 million. So if we are taking out $1.625 million and hope we can recover that from one way or the other, but the surcharge can do that. I wish, ideally, if that was paid by Bay Area Host Committee, I would be very happy for that. And if staff can find out some way out by the time the 26 games are here, I would be really happy for that. State and federal grants, we are hoping we get some of those, and that can be good. One point which has not been touched, I think, is the point of sale. Like, point of sale is very beneficial to the city of Santa Clara General Fund indirectly. Like, all the sales will happen in city of Santa Clara. Whatever sales tax is being used or paid by anybody as a point of sale in Santa Clara will come to us. And that indirect, look at the economic activity impact it will have. You know, some of these, FIFA were notorious for making profits, but at the same time, it may not be beneficial for the cities or the organization who are holding these events, but the indirect economic impact to all these cities is tremendous. Like, I would suggest the staff to make sure during these days, if they can procure the data of how much hotel TOT tax and how much sale tax during those period is compiled by city versus a 2025 same period, that will give us how much economic impact it is having to the city, basically. So that's one thing I'm happy about, that it may not be a direct benefit to the city general fund, but it will be a benefit via sales tax on that one. specialty insurance, like we are trying to cover the further liability of insurance, city or stadium authority by having a specialty insurance clause on that. And if we, that's the reason I asked that question, if we have any open-ended risk factors which can be covered with that, that will be beneficial. I'm very happy about it. On top of that, the backup guarantee from TIMCO, like we never had that type of backup guarantee in the past, and this one is as a added measure of risk coverage to the stadium and to the city is there. Advance payment from Bay Area Host Committee. I know this was discussed, like 50% of the updated payment, and we'll get around $4.2 million in advance of incurring any expense of that sort. So that's unprecedented. That's how we are covering our risk, basically. 25% on middle of the game. So basically 75% of that cost, which amount to about $6.4 million, will always be with us already, and only 25% will be left. So that coverage of 75% of cost coverage is a great factor, basically. Stadium improvement, as mentioned, like if the stadium authority had to make these changes, that $20 to $25 million would have been an expense to the stadium authority for building that. And this is long-term asset being improved for stadium authority, basically. This is stadium authority asset. And this thing is being improved with no money at stadium authority or city. That's an added benefit. And if you look into the impact, like total expenses for the hosting FIFA, let's say anywhere from 35, 40 to 50 million. And out of that, half of this is already being paid out by somebody, TIMCO or MENCO, whosoever you name it. It benefit to the stadium authority as well as to city. And see, there have been some challenging discussion about it. Oh, why we are doing this, why we are doing this. Same principles have been applied to Super Bowl 50, and same principle have been applied to college football national, which we held in 2019, I think, right? Rather, we are improving on all those processes right now by safeguarding the city from all these measures. So we have learned from those, and we are improving those. And temporary local jobs, as mentioned, the labor contracts and comments from Jihad about making sure you talk to the labor union. That's another benefit for whole of our community and people over here. What else? Economic activity, I did touch that. Risk has been mitigated. And I think we are signing better contracts what we did with Super Bowl 50, basically. And we learned from those. What else? And most of the public comments have been very positive. And in a sense, like some of these events are not to make profit directly to the city. Look at the engagement this will bring to the youth of the city, youth of the state, youth of the whole California, basically. These are the things which change the culture for some of these youths, and they get into that. Like they get into physical exercise, they get into character building, they learn so much from these events, and they get like, I know there were multiple people who mentioned after watching the 1994 FIFA World Cup over here, some of these things changed. And so those are also indirect benefit to the whole community for us, basically. What else? So, and I'm glad Mohammed was part of the parcel with this thing, because Mohammed had dealt with all the litigations which has happened with Manco in the past, and he has cooperated with our current city management, basically, and he was a part and parcel of it. And his testimony that, yes, we are in a better shape, we are not violating any Measure J, and this was not a hurried-up contract that we signed it, or we decided into 1 month and we came up with everything. Yes, this was a time-consuming contract, and I think everybody put in a lot of efforts and time into it to make it a better contract. So, and time is of essence. Like everybody is trying to find out like what we need to do for Super Bowl in 2026, and what we need to do for FIFA. So time is of crux, and there are very minor loopholes. And as I mentioned earlier, no contract is foolproof. But did we take all the remedial actions? Whatever was open holes on that, I think we did. Did we take a backup plan by signing currently from Teamco? Yes, we did. So with all that, I'll be favoring the approval of as per staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I've listened carefully. I read the reports. We've heard from 2 attorneys that have our best interests in heart and have been very clear that we are not in violation of Measure J. So I can make a motion to approve the recommendation, from staff for the City Council and Stadium Authority Board to approve the proposed FIFA World Cup 2026 assignment and assumption agreement and guarantee of certain FIFA Cup obligations. And the second part is the Authority Board approved the field improvements, and third, to authorize and direct the city manager, executive director, to take whatever actions necessary. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for staff recommendation on the floor. Vice Mayor Cox.
I just want to make comment real quick, and I'm happy to move this forward because again, my issue isn't that there hasn't been a substantial body of proof. Mine is just an issue of time and inexperience in this. And, a lack of just the ability to go to my resources. So my resources for this were really like my fellow law students at the university and having my engineering team help me ask ChatGPT the right questions. And so I went to a lot of ChatGPT for help me figure out what could potentially be wrong with this. I certainly sought as much counsel as I could. I did have a follow-up question, but if we're going to move to vote, I'm okay. I can tell you, like, I just in good conscience right now, without having viewed the redacted comments, with having such limited time and knowledge, I can't consider why I would want to kind of blindly go forward with this. And that is not a lack of confidence in the work that's been done. I certainly feel more confident about this agreement than I did before, but there's so much more I need to learn about it, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
I think Councilmember Chahal mentioned a lot of things I wanted to talk about. One is that I would encourage the staff to look at the indirect benefits like TOT. We haven't really done a good job of tracking that for other events. And I know the 49ers did an economic analysis of this. There's doubt about whether that was a fair analysis. And again, there are many things we discuss in closed session that have to be in closed session. I mean, if we're going to give authority for eminent domain and we're going to say we're willing to pay up to $5 million for this property, we're not going to disclose that to the people that we're negotiating to. We want to negotiate as low a number as we can, but the council can give authority up to a certain amount, and that has to be confidential. Lots of things have to be confidential. And then in terms of disputing the amounts, we've had negotiations about public safety costs, and even in the settlement agreement, the 49ers didn't agree to cover, I think it's $520,000 per game of costs. And there are always things that people want to dispute. We dispute overhead costs that they have. We dispute the cost that they charge for selling SBL licenses. There's always things you want to question that might have been overlooked. So I don't think that there's any problem with having the ability to dispute some of the costs. Our public safety costs have gone up 8.9% a year over the last 10 years. They're now up to, again, they're not covering the whole cost because, again, there's the double overtime for NFL games versus 1.5 time for concerts. So there's always things that are going to be disputed. And I think we have a good process for resolving those disputes through arbitration or mediation. So I think our staff has done an admirable job in negotiating this agreement to protect the city and to comply with Measure J.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I'll try not to repeat some of the things that said, but I think Councilmember Shahal had a lot of the same thoughts that I did. The comments that a question that I had as far as labor were addressed, I think that's something that we believe will definitely benefit our area and hopefully the city here in Santa Clara with our members, union members here that are working closely or at the stadium but live here in Santa Clara. Even the granularity of the 15-minute reimbursement for training and planning, 15-minute increments. I think a lot of this was the foresight that our staff really looked into how they were going to make sure that they reduced any cost that the city would entail. So thank you for looking at that and for bringing the, Mr. Mohammed and such on board to make sure that we just look at everything and address what's needed. I believe that this is going to be a benefit of, if we could put something over Santa Clara and keep everybody here, that would be beneficial. Obviously, people are going to be, it's going to be a regional effect, but I believe that Santa Clara will benefit from it ultimately, if not the city directly, but the region overall. And so I'll be voting for this. But the other thing I would mention also is just some of the things that this entails as far as training. The use of our equipment can be taxing sometimes with the equipment, but also I think it's better to use our ICS command, our new vehicle that we'll have hopefully next year, and some of these things to make sure that we know how to use it, the Bearcat and some of the things that are here, to make sure it's just when you're utilizing your going through that experience. I think that our staff, our public safety officers, and folks are going to be better equipped to deal with anything that comes in the future. So this is somewhat of it's not a training experience, but definitely it's something that that would benefit the city overall. And obviously there's some challenges to that, but as far as I just want to address also the issue as far as sometimes we're having to make late decisions, and I guess in 8 hours we'll be cutting a permit here since it is Wednesday now, but we, in other boards, you see similar issues where there's just things that have to happen, and it's no fault of our staff. It's just things that, for whatever reason, you're working on contracts or getting things done, and this is just something that happens. We did have the information here almost a week in advance, so that's beneficial, and thank you for that. And I'll be voting yes on this measure.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
So again, thank you very much for all the answers. Thank you for everyone for staying with us until now. We talked about qualified event expenses and how the city would put any and all costs in there for another party. And it always makes me think, whenever you have a deal, like what does the deal look like from the other side? And I think that by not doing that, you never understand how reasonable something is or is not. And when you teach children, it's the same thing. You can't just look at it from what you'd like the children to understand. You must also look at it from what is the child getting from what you're looking at here. And I realized that by not allowing the receiver to decide if costs are acceptable, then there is no way for anyone to determine if the costs are reasonable. Like, what if the city decides that we need to double security costs again? And how we're trying to show violations with Measure J and spending city money reminds me of when companies told all of their groups, all of their individual corporate entities, that they had to manage their own profit and losses. And we found that testing and research and development were not pulling their weight in the companies. And this is what I think Councilmember Chahal is talking about when we don't include the indirect benefits of events, and when we don't look at all of the monetary drivers, both costs, both expenses, and income. And one of the reasons that it's not a good idea for us to consider that is if we did consider all the income, perhaps we'd have to share that. Right, and we worry about reimbursements and payments from others, but we don't do a very good job of identifying how we can improve our own positions and thus mitigate our reliance or fear of non-payments. I mean, for example, we could save ourselves on public safety costs by lowering double overtime for events. I mean, it's the same money. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul, but it's the same money. We have to reimburse over the threshold because we're charging a lot, and we go over the threshold all the time. I do have a couple of questions, but to finish off my previous thoughts, again, I go back to what Ms. Chastain said about we have the opportunity to show the community what type of city, what type of host we could be. Right, and my question is, could we decide as a city to spend money on events supporting the city that would also augment the Super Bowl and FIFA World Cup games? I mean, that wouldn't necessarily be, would that be a general fund expenditure? I feel that by not putting in city money to advertise our own, our own events that would benefit the city in many ways, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I know that in Super Bowl 50, we had our own super parties. We couldn't use Super Bowl in any way, but I think we tried to shoehorn the word super into our own expenses, and we spent a couple $1 million on those. And that wasn't considered a general fund expense, but I think we need to consider what the city can do to make its own position better. I did have another question about suite improvements. I mean, we talked about control room and sound system and field lighting and things like that, and those were determined to be tenant space items. But let's say the lease is over, would the tenant be able to remove all of that and thus basically leave us with a stadium space, but not really an operational stadium? At that point, we would go through with the demolition. Because we have the demolition, we would have the demolition bucket, full, but there wouldn't really be another option, in my estimation, if we didn't put in the additional costs. I mean, they made $200 million just of improvements, but if we had to do replacements, it would seem to be much higher than that. I'd just like to know, is demolition the only option that we have once the tenant agreement, the lease agreement is over? Thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah,
I can
go ahead
answer.
and answer that if you.
Okay. So 2 questions. One, it was, can we spend city money on events in and around FIFA or Super Bowl, which is, I think, you were referencing? Yes. You may recall around Super Bowl 50, the city spent $2 million on various parties. I've said before, given the city's budget, I would not be recommending that. I do think that the ability for us to have community engagement should be there, and we are have had preliminary conversations, but if I'm candid, we've been negotiating agreements determining if we're having an event. And so, should the agreements be approved, having those conversations are appropriate, and we've already had preliminary ones. With regard to the suite cost, I think stepping forward going back before I answer your question, there is a renovation and demolition fund. So keyword before that is renovation. So the money can be used for renovation, not just a demolition. That the money in those funds cannot be used until essentially 30 years from now. It was a 40-year, for the 40-year lease. And so when that time comes, it will be up to the Stadium Authority what to do at that time.
Okay, thank you. So everybody's talked? Okay. I just want to make my comments. I know the votes are already there based on everyone's comments, but I have to say that I'm looking at this through the lens of the Santa Clara taxpayer, and I think that's the way we all should be looking at this. I'm concerned about the city's general fund and Measure J. I think that public funds are at risk for unreimbursed expenses. There's an unclear separation between the city and the stadium authority. There's a risk of stadium authority covering private costs. The ticket surcharge revenue impact is unclear to me on how it will benefit us. And there's legal risks in case of defaults. So I think the current contract potentially violates Measure J and does not sufficiently protect the city's fund and the taxpayers from financial exposure. I think if we don't amend that, the city risks legal challenges and violations of the voter-approved measure. I have to say, I was here for Super Bowl 50. I was a council member, and yes, we learned something from Super Bowl 50. We learned afterwards that our city and our city manager was spending general fund monies without the council's knowledge on the Super Bowl, and a lot of it. And that came out afterwards. And I don't think this is a coincidence, but after Super Bowl 50, the mayor left, the city manager left, the city attorney left, and the finance director left. We did audits, Harvey Rose audits of what was happening, and we received a lot of resistance from the 49er organization on the Harvey Rose group looking at their books. But we looked at ours, and we looked at ours, and we looked at how money was spent. So I am concerned. I don't want that to happen again. And so when it came to the college playoff championships, or the college championships, we learned from Super Bowl 50 how to create a contract that had us spending the funds, and everything was reimbursed. Everything was reimbursed. There wasn't qualified costs. Everything was reimbursed. So that was a great way for us to do it. It was fairly simple, easy. Getting the assessments after were a little bit difficult, but we did it that way. So now I look at this, and nothing included, the general fund wasn't part of it, just the reimbursement. So now coming forward, I'm getting deja vu again about Super Bowl 50, that there are cracks in this agreement that open the door for our general fund. And there's certain things that aren't reimbursed, and then we're gonna backstop it with stadium authority money, and things like that. You're gonna pay for this, but not pay for this. You're gonna take, Bay Area Host Committee is gonna take over all the costs, but not these costs. And I'm just uncomfortable with it. I know we're gonna go ahead with the Super Bowl, and I know the council is gonna support it anyway, regardless. And that's fine, that's okay. But I wanna say that, many of the council members up here have complained over the years about how poorly constructed the original contracts were for the stadium. And so, and they say, hey, we had no choice, you did a terrible job, and this is how bad it is. But now, this is our contract. This is your contract. You will be completely responsible for this. And for me, I look at this, it has major flaws and financial risks. And I'm not willing to look at this. I can't say that it doesn't violate Measure J. And I want to say I'm putting the taxpayers first. So without amendments to make sure we're not violating Measure J, I can't approve this. And I will never approve contracts that are redacted. I don't care what justification you have up here, but I will never approve a contract when I don't know exactly what it says. And our public, if I don't know, our public doesn't know. And I can tell you that these redactions have important information that relate to our community. And that's why they're redacted. You know what? Seattle put all their contracts online. You can read them, they're open, they're transparent. And I've heard, we're so lucky to get this deal that we have here. I want to remind everyone, this is a publicly owned stadium. Our public owns Levi Stadium. And that's different than some of the other stadiums that are privately owned. We're publicly owned, and we have Measure J that we have to comply with. We're not lucky to have that. This is the way it was designed. This is the only reason we have a stadium that I fully supported in Santa Clara, because we have Measure J. So we have to respect our taxpayers, respect our residents, and make sure that we comply with what they told us to do. And I can't say that approving this agreement with redactions in it, with Swiss cheese holes that could possibly open it up for our general fund to be at risk, is serving the residents of Santa Clara. Sorry for being long-winded, but I love soccer, I love everything, but this needs to be tweaked. And we got it Wednesday with additional information on Friday. I know everyone's been working for a long time, but our staff has never brought it to us to say, are we on the right track? Never. We put our rules, our guiding principles there, but this doesn't cover the guiding principles. I don't see anything for our community. There's nothing for the youth. There's possible general fund monies that will never be reimbursed. This doesn't follow our guiding principles, so I know it'll pass, but I just can't support it. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes 5-2. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. That was an important agreement, and it took a lot of time, but thank you. And thank you for everybody's work on this as well. All right, we're going to move to our last item on the agenda, item number 7, public hearing action on proposed update to the city's citizen participation plan for the use of federal housing and urban development HUD funds, HUD grant funds. City Manager.
Sorry, I thought we were going to take a minor break, and so I'm
No, it's
switching.
our last item, City Manager.
Totally fair. For this next item, staff is proposing changes to the Citizen Participation Plan, or what we commonly refer to as the CPP, to streamline for greater efficiency and transparency, and to align to the City Council's policy on funding allocation decisions provided by the Department of what we call HUD, Housing and Urban Development, for the Community Development Block Program and the Home Investment Partnership Program, or what we commonly refer to as home programs. With that, I will provide the presentation to Afsha Hamid, the Community Development Director.
I realized I should have pulled this item up before the last one. I'm so sorry.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, council members. I first want to acknowledge the Housing and Community Services staff, which have been doing all the heavy lifting on this staff report and presentation. And I also want to just introduce Adam Marcus, who is the division manager, and he's also present tonight. So briefly, as a background, the City of Santa Clara receives entitlement funding from HUD, or Housing and Urban Development. The funds are basically for Community Development Block Grant, which is for capital improvement projects, as well as for home investment partnerships. And this is for tenant-based rental assistance. As required by HUD, we are required to have a Citizen Participation Plan, or CPP. Sorry for throwing all these acronyms so late at night. And this was initially adopted in 2017. So what we're doing tonight is we are just updating this already adopted plan. So the current plan is restrictive. We've been using it since 2017, and the intent and the purpose tonight is to keep this plan current, allow staff flexibility with the funds that we receive from HUD, align with the current city policies on funding, and allow for transparency with citizen participation. So we are a federally entitled jurisdiction, and the city must prepare and update the citizen participation plan. The CPP outlines how the city will encourage public input when it needs to make changes for the CDBG and home spending plans and reports, and the CPP only applies to HUD-related plans, such as a new annual action plan or a 5-year consolidated plan. The CPP actually encourages stakeholders to participate in the development of any amendments of these plans and reports. And these groups can include low and moderate income persons, residents that live in blighted areas, residents of areas designated as revitalization areas, non-English speaking people, and people with disabilities. In 2024, we hired a consultant, Cloudburst, to help draft the changes to the CPP. And the purpose, again, of this update is to balance efficiency with transparency, utilize best practices to ensure compliance, and improve the document's readability. So we'll go through what the substantial amendments are very quickly. The most important changes are what we call a substantial amendment. This is how CDBG and home funding is used, because changes in the funding must be memorialized in the city's annual action plan and also in the 5-year consolidated plan. So the triggers for the substantial amendments are adding a new activity, deleting an activity, and changing the purpose, and also changing the allocation priorities. So substantial amendments currently are very time-consuming because they require noticing, 30-day comment period, public hearing. And so it takes a lot of time for staff to respond to that, and this can impact our ability to spend the CDBG funding on the time. So the current CPP also requires substantial amendments for changes as small as $25,000. This is significantly below what the citywide policies are for $250,000, and we would like to align with that city policy instead. And HUD allows us to do that. So very quickly, staff has prepared great graphics showing buckets, because that's how the funding is. It's in 3 buckets: public facilities improvements, non-facilities improvements, and affordable housing. So our current threshold is $25,000, which triggers a lot of public hearings. We'd like to increase that to $250,000. The funding changes within the same category, which are greater than $250,000, a minor amendment with council review or consent calendar, and funding changes within the same category, less than $250,000, a minor amendment is required, and we would like a ministerial approval instead. For changes between funding categories, a city council public hearing would be required for changes over $250,000, and anything under that amount would be considered a minor amendment and would be ministerial. The CDBG, and again, it's early now. It's very early, so my acronyms are being mixed up. But the CDBG programs also fund public service activities such as senior services, family counseling, and additional services. And these contracts tend to be smaller, so staff is recommending a lower threshold of $20,000 or 50% of the original allocated amount. For larger above-the-line changes to projects that were previously approved, a consent calendar would be required, and smaller changes that are under $20,000 or 50% ministerial approval would be recommended. And lastly, if the city wishes to add a new public service activity that wasn't initially approved or previously approved by council, that would require a public hearing and a full substantial amendment. So the recommendation tonight to council is to approve the CPP, Citizen Participation Plan, and direct staff to submit the Citizen Participation Plan to HUD for acceptance, and allow staff to make any edits and updates to the CPP if requested by HUD prior to the acceptance of that plan. And I'm available for questions, and so is Adam Marcus here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, and I did like the slide with the buckets. That was cool. That was very cool. This is a public hearing, so I want to remind everyone of that. We're going to start with, does anybody have questions? All right. Councilmember Jane, followed by Councilmember Hardy.
I think it's from this bucket, these CDBG funds, that we give money to people, nonprofits that provide services like Sala and such, right? And I think previously we had tried to make it so that those grants are in the 30,000 range because the overhead costs of reporting to the feds is so expensive. And I was wondering, changing the threshold to 20,000, how does that affect what our granting is? And then if we change the way we do public hearings, how do we notify agencies that the monies are available and that they should apply for these grants? So if you could answer those questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy? Oh, you turned yours off.
Oh.
Yes, no?
Yes, I did want to.
You want to speak?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Very quickly, I had the same concern about the nonprofits, but I was curious if this is similar to, have other cities done something similar to this to make this simpler? Another city maybe similar in size, say Sunnyvale or something like that. I was wondering if they had done anything similar to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, we look at this, and it's supposed to be the Citizen Participation Plan. And I know that in previous years, we had the Santa Clara Citizens Advisory Committee, the Santa Clara CAC, give feedback on CDBG grants. In fact, there was a subcommittee on CAC that was specifically looking at CDBG grants. We would discuss that. There would be discussions within the committee. There would be several discussions at meetings with the public, and those discussions would be summarized and brought forth to council. Politically, when some people didn't like the CAC and the people on the CAC, it was changed so that the CAC we no longer took input from CAC, and in fact, we changed it to city hearings. We would have a public hearing at a city council meeting. And what I've noticed during that time is the number of people that come to speak, other than applicants, about the CDBG grants has gone to almost zero. I mean, I understand why we want to simplify based on the costs, but at the end, we're talking about something that we've titled the Citizen Participation Plan. And I read this before as well, and it talks about all the different places where it'd be noticed and all the different, the languages and things like that. But it really didn't address the issue that I had when we went over the CDBG grants here in City Council, which is we almost got no public input. If our desire is to get public input, I think that rather than, quantify, rather than write down what we have been doing to not get input, we should look at how we had input in the past and how we can increase public participation. There has been an item on council backlog for a while on restoring or looking at the Citizens Advisory Committee. And, I remember when there were lots of people coming to the Citizens Advisory Committee, and there was lots of interest in reviewing these grants and lots of issues that the CAC, and you can look at their charter, you can look at the bylaws, used to be a city committee. They used to meet right here in city council chambers. It was an independent committee, and I think that may have been one of the reasons they didn't get a lot of support when council decided to lock down on public input. But I would really like something that looks at how we get additional public input. We hear from applicants. Applicants know exactly what they want. And without any public input, there is no prioritization other than how much funds are available. So will say, I wish that this had a little bit more research into, I keep looking at this citizen participation plan. I wish we had done a little bit more work into that. We had looked into the history of CDBG feedback in the city. And I know, there's a lot of new people, not just on council, but at the same time, I feel that maybe there has been a little bit of tribal knowledge that has been lost. So I understand the changes that are being suggested, but I can't in good conscience support a plan that doesn't increase, I'm going to read it again, citizen participation. Thank you.
That's it for the questions, Director.
I'm going to let the subject matter expert, Adam Marcus, come up and try to respond to some of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief. I'm going to go in order, and I'll start with the questions from Councilmember Jane. So you asked about whether doing smaller grants, whether that was possible or what effect that would have. And you're correct in that regardless of the amount of the grant, it's still the same amount of work. So it's actually more efficient for staff to work on fewer contracts with larger amounts. How do we notify agencies about the opportunities? So we're actually in that period right now. So the consolidated plan, which is our 5-year plan, is going to be coming to council soon. The NOFA is out on the street, and we've messaged that through our list of agencies, as well as through the City Council newsletter. And so that is really the opportunity up front at the beginning of the 5-year cycle when nonprofits that provide public services can apply and be considered. And so now is really the time for that. And we typically do a 3-year NOFA for efficiency purposes. So it's important that they apply at the beginning of the cycle. The short answer to Councilmember Hardy's question is I'm not aware of other cities that have the same approach. We did work with Cloudburst, our HUD experts, on this. And while they didn't say that it was a common approach, they thought it was a good idea and that they didn't see any issues with it.
Just also want to clarify that when this was being done, what we were trying to do is align with our city policies. So every city varies, city by city. So this is simply an alignment with what we're already doing as practices.
Yeah, and I don't have any answers to the CAC question because I wasn't here at the time, so I don't know. And I understand the comment and the how it might bring more input. I will say that as part of our consolidated plan process and annual action plan process this year, we will be having several hearings over the next few months. We've already been doing community outreach at the Art and Wine Festival. Our consultants have been doing surveys throughout the last few months, late last year. So the outreach has been occurring in terms of asking the community what they feel not only are the needs this time around on this new 5-year cycle, but what's the top priority.
Okay. Are those all the questions? I think so.
Yes, I'm looking at what I wrote down as well, and yes, that's consistent.
Thank you. So it is a public hearing. I'm going to go to the public and ask if there's anyone that would like to speak. And I don't see anyone here in the chambers. No one's online? All right. May I have a motion to close the public hearing? A motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, seconded by Councilmember Chahal to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Do I have a motion for staff recommendation? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Hardy for staff recommendation. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying so late. I hope you don't have long to get home. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for your work and your nice slides. Okay. All right, next we have reports of members, special committees, and council member 030 requests. I hope none. Okay. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I
Thank
attended
you.
NCPA National Capital Day at Sacramento on February 3rd. And I'm new to this committee, but staff was very cooperative and updated me within a day what was this all about. And I've named Kathleen Hughes and Basil Wong were very great, and I think Manuel Pineda also helped them out. Basically, we had 3 main asks from our assembly members and the senators over there. I met multiple of them, but our assembly member and Aisha Wahab were still busy in the assembly session. It prolonged, like our meeting prolonging to 12:30 in the night. So they had a prolonged, so we met their staff. But there were 3 main topics, like how NCPA can make sure the electricity is affordable to our residents. And specifically for us and other NCPA members, finding the funding for hydrogen electrolyzers for Lodi Energy Center, basically, which should be very green after that, and cap and trade regulations coming forward. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Vice Mayor Cox.
As an update, I attended the Cities Association Board of Directors meeting. Just to report out, we're working on our priority setting. Some of the issues brought forth were housing, mental health, governance and ethics, childcare, the county's response to federal administration right now, protective orders for that, and then potentially elderly care. Our priority is to narrow that down to 4 or 5 in the next meeting.
Thank you for reporting on that. Have anybody else? No. City Manager, any reports from you?
No report. I did mention at the last meeting that we would attach the memorandum on priority setting to this agenda. That memorandum was sent to you, but it was by accident not attached to this agenda. We will attach it to the next one.
Thank you. And did you want to say something about our meeting on Thursday? For the public, if anyone's awake right now,
Sure.
or they decide to watch this tomorrow.
Sure, advertisements have gone out, but the city council is having a special meeting on Thursday, this coming Thursday. I'm looking to find the time because I want to get it right. I believe it begins at 5:30 at the convention center, and it is a special meeting on the state of Santa Clara's real estate and development market. And so we will have a presentation from ULI, the Urban Land Institute, a number of professionals in the development arena, really to talk about and provide education, but also a forum for the council and the public to ask questions, really to understand what's happening. We know that our planning department really hasn't slowed down, and we're busy, but we're also hearing that the development market has stalled. And so really a session where the public and council can grapple with that. And you will have a number of projects coming before you over the next 12 to 24 months. And so this is really background knowledge, and I think it will be a really good night for the community and the council.
Really important question. Will there be snacks for the public since it's at the convention center?
There's no one here. I believe there are snacks that will be provided at the convention center, if I'm remembering the invoice that I signed.
Usually there's snacks for the public.
Yes, ma'am.
City Manager. City Attorney, you have something?
I do, Mayor.
I didn't see you on the agenda, but go ahead.
Regarding, I know I'm sneaking onto the agenda. I just wanted to give everybody a heads up. I think you've been polled. My next AB 1234 training is scheduled for March 17th. I'll give more details at the February 25th meeting. I will say for tonight, though, that there will be snacks for the public.
Well, I can amend. There will be snacks at the convention center.
You just got that.
Both sweet and salty. There are staff still up attending to our meeting and supporting us, and so they let me know that they're
sweet and salty.
Sweet and salty snacks
on that
on
note,
Thursday.
may I have a motion to adjourn? Motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Vice Mayor Cox to adjourn. Please register your vote. And thank you, Vin, for all your work today. This was a complicated meeting. We appreciate it. And that passes unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.